here. Just getting all the tablets for the judges ready. Remember, these routines are scored in real time. So the judges have a complicated process with the tablet to get set up before the routine. There it is. Nice and multiple into that split.
We can see that they're using a slightly longer rope.
It can be difficult to control for those flips sometimes. Nice double unders, this whole power combo. Go, 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 go. Woo, they made it.
It was as if they were doing single. Wow.
Oh, that side semi was effortless.
Smooth.
I mean, I don't know if it was effortless, but it certainly looked it.
Oh, yeah.
Nice assisted flip into the ropes. Oh, turning behind the back of that cross. A really different way to get back from that wheel into the double ledge.
These multiples seem so effortless.
Oh, leg hurdle. Oh,
to
with
a
the thread.
frog.
That was a really unique move there. Oh!
Wow.
Like a 2-foot takeoff into that round off.
Again, a routine packed with things we've never seen so far.
Yeah, that multiple was huge. Then that movement just in general so fast. Yeah, I like that part a lot. Bringing the foot back through, threading the needle. That was a great routine from Korea.
Well done, guys.
Ready?
You can see behind them, the next team on the floor is going to be Hong Kong. Getting in their beginning pose.
Ready? Here we go.
Starting off with a double under, landing on one hand. A really risky start, but it paid off for this crew. Oh my gosh, really fast pace for the power moves once again. Turning under the leg, essentially that whole sequence.
There was not a single bounce where the turners didn't have restricted positions.
Great start to this routine, girls. Whoa, pulling a double under during the wheel. Front flipping into the ropes. Great backwards, multiple.
I think we can agree that Hong Kong has a really great way to turn multiples. So effortless, so smooth.
I mean, it seems like in all of their routines so far, they've had really technical turning throughout the whole routine.
Yep.
A lot of elephants happening, a lot of toes, and a lot of that leg over Kruger action. Whoa! Sending that 3/4 front flip. Jumping a quad into that split.
Changing the direction of the rope.
Doing it again, but backwards. Oh, a really fascinating way to get the ropes moving for the end.
Love the ending pose. Well done, girls. Great job.
53. Station 2.
Their teammates are happy.
2-5 from Denmark. Ellen, Leah, and Marcus.
Well done. We're seeing some preliminary standings of the double dice single freestyle male category.
And just like that female, we had first place with a massive
lead. But then the
almost double second place.
third, fourth are really close to each other.
All of them in a row, less than a point.
Less than
different.
a point.
And I mean, look at the scale, right? 22 points. 1 point is such a small margin. So many great routines today. All right, taking the floor. This is Denmark. In the mixed division, starting with some nice and technical jumps here. Oh, everybody jumped through at the same time during that power move.
The shape of the rope is perfect.
Wow.
Those doubles are effortless.
Those doubles, they're turning the rope nearly at the same time, but they're not hitting each other. Nice worm.
On the beat, on the music. Extremely clean routine so far.
And over the ropes on both sides.
Come on, like you cannot even see that there are doubles.
Those double unders are so fast. Typically people need to like jump really high to get a double under.
That's right, that's correct.
But
not these guys.
No, it just goes under magically. rolling into the ropes. Oh, with the handstand. One arm, and then another frog there. Frog being the handstand jump that you see a lot in jump rope across all events. Nice backwards turning.
A clean routine. We just saw a perfectly clean routine from these guys. Well done.
Yeah, that's going to score really well.
Really well.
Especially with all those double unders mixed in.
7-2 from Belgium. Ine
Those double unders were effortless the whole time, yeah. Seems by every moment where they were all facing each other is when a double under was happening. Right there was another one.
Oh, I love that power move.
Phenomenal execution.
I love seeing when they're so happy after a routine. That
way
is
to go.
the moment. Up next, we're having Belgium on the floor.
Ooh, right on time with the music. And like Denmark, Belgium was just fitting in a whole lot of multiples during those power moves. Oh, great. There's a restriction with those multiples, too.
I think turning a double under split is also extremely difficult.
Wow, making it through that TS with ease on the left side. Great. Oh! Outstanding assisted flip there. Just flying off of the hands in that round off. That was really smooth.
A really technical routine.
Belgium is doing a fantastic job so far. And another double under. All these double unders fitting in with the beat here.
Yep.
Oh, ooh, a little far back in the ropes, but still managed to fit. Being in the center of the ropes is always the best spot, right? That's where the rope is going to be the lowest. That's where it's going to be the easiest to jump over.
So
really
far, perfectly clean routine.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this routine's going to score very highly too. I mean, it's just been packed with tricks. Yes! They did it! Another clean routine. Like 2 in a row. Wow.
Great job, girls.
Very technical.
2-4-8-3 from
Very
Belgium.
impressive. And you can see how intentional it is. The design of the routine made with the scoring in mind.
I love that switch.
Nice work, Belgium.
I love
Smiling before the last part.
Yeah, when they know that it is clean and it was clean. Oh my God.
Laying down. Must be the altitude, right?
Yeah.
Everyone ready?
Yeah, they're here from
Here we
Belgium
go.
in Colorado Springs. This routine is also a team from Belgium.
This is also a very, very experienced team with a lot of medals.
Wow, big multiple into the push-up.
Oh, that switch.
I don't even know when the switch happened. Connected. Oh, watch for that green line behind you. Oh, she saw.
She saw it.
Wow. An explosive opening.
Come on, guys.
Chaining together a couple of those one-handed push-ups.
With doubles, seamless doubles.
They're moving across the floor with ease.
Oh, that combo from a split to a push-up with a double under.
Outstanding work with that kid clearing the rope.
Just the height with which he's jumping. Effortless. Also great use of the music and the beat.
Whoa! Got a little tripped up there on the wheel. They're going for a lot of restrictions.
Well done, guys. A couple of misses, but overall a really strong routine.
Yeah, once again, we saw another routine from Belgium. Just packed full of restrictions and multiples during the power moves. I mean, back when I was, doing these double F routines, there would be like a power sequence, and then there would be a multiple sequence, and then there would be like a turner restriction part, and so all efforts could be focused on each of those things. But I mean, the sport has evolved so much now that you see just everything happening at the same time, the entire routine.
That's right. I remember when doing a multiple or like a double under a push-up was like, wow.
Yeah. And right here, speaking of power moves, from the USA, we got Alex, Annalie, and Haley, a super strong bunch. Just acrobatic athletes you're going to see right here. Aerial straight into back tuck during the wheel.
This is just so satisfying to watch.
Pace, big smiles.
Oh, that switch there.
Under the leg, multiple with that wheel. 6 under, double under, both sides of that frog, jumping onto the hands and off. Really technical wheel move with the aerial squeeze into the middle there.
Just a change of the rope.
Everybody's jumping.
Wow.
That's so fun. Oh, big multiple right out of it. Keep it up, ladies. Nice front handspring, scooping on both sides. A little under rotated, and she's turning in a split on one side. Oh, going to save it. There it is. Oh, almost. All right, heading into the next section here. Let's see what they got. Nice front flip with the pinwheel, and the turners were doing aerials.
And they made it.
I cannot believe they made it through that one.
I just cannot believe that happened.
Whoa, a stack happening with the AS. This routine is insane so far. Nice back handspring. And this power combo is just endless.
Oh, wow. I think I have my new favorite. Well done, girls.
Great routine, USA. Alex, Annalie, and Haley.
This was awesome.
4, 6, 3, 4 from
Pure
Korea.
joy to watch.
Yusong and Hanji.
Oh, that speech.
Yeah, a really powerful routine from this Idaho-based trio. I love that part too. Everybody jumping into one rope together like a single rope,
and
straight to that multiple.
It was so unexpected, no? Like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the judges are going to love that one too.
Yeah.
Certainly a different style from the others, right? This is what I was talking about before. You can see the different countries with their different styles, and this country is Korea on the floor right now. What? Front handspring to, what was that, the bridge position? I've never seen that. I don't know if anybody's done that.
No, I cannot even commentate on that. Like, it's just wow.
Wait, that was amazing. Korea still with a clean run after what was my favorite moment of the day so far.
Yeah.
Nice V-kicks, chain them together. Another one of those monkey flips. Oh, wait, they're still going? That was with under the leg turning the whole time. Off the head. A brilliant routine.
Also some really cool turning involvements.
Ooh, a little tripped up there. A very unique routine so far. Nice work. Yusong setting up for something big here. Nice side flip. Really lofty. Jumping on the knees.
And with the turn.
With one at a time. Yo.
Wow.
So many creative acro moves there.
P56.
I don't think we're going to see, remember at the beginning where I was like, oh, we're not going to see hand hops like that. That was totally not true. But I don't think we're going to see these moves again.
I mean.
Yeah, those hand hops were amazing. And the restricted turning on the left. Love the side flip. Whew. Just barely getting him in the ropes there. That whole section on the knees at the end. Yeah, I could watch this routine like 12 more times. You're jumping with his feet together like that. That was, remember, that's hardwood floor, right? That's not a spring floor. That's not soft.
Here we go.
All right, taking the floor right now, we've got Canada. Jordan, Jenna, and Sophie. Starting off with wheel. In time with the music. Caught a little bit of toes there.
Quick fix, though.
Nice power combo. Oh, all the way through the split. Brilliant.
See, again, we're seeing creativity in every single routine. Beautiful shape.
Oh. Into the next section here. Nice hand hop. Really strong. Rolling over. Great design on that move. Handing it off in that cross position to get back to the double dutch. See, they switch from wheel back to the double dutch. Nice switch. Whoa, turning the ropes in one hand here.
Nice job. Well done, girls.
Good work, Canada. Definitely love that power combo at the beginning with the crab jumping up the side of the leg through to that split.
Also, the interaction with the judges
Yeah,
whenever
this is
they're
what I was
out of the
talking
ropes. Yeah. Oh,
That part
wow.
was brilliant.
Perfect.
Oh, it even looks like the ropes clicked a little bit there, but they managed to save it. Nice wheel here. Really smiley for that transition. Great showing from Team Canada. Up next on the floor, we've got a team from Australia.
Here we go.
Luke, Belinda, and Ben, featuring some of the most decorated athletes of all time in this sport. Right there in the middle, that is Luke. I mean, he has been winning jump rope competitions
That was
for
such a fix.
a decade straight. And this is why.
The pace of this routine is out of this world.
They
wow.
just fit in so many power moves in that little time. And they're still going.
Look at the concentration on their faces.
Great.
Also, seamless doubles.
I mean, you can tell they are veterans of the sport with the control on all these multiples.
Oh, God, that turning.
Excellent turning. Another hand hop into more power. Super clean routine so far. Keep it up. Oh, great. Great height on that. Oh my gosh, the turning is just working so perfectly. Nice, floating the handle, and then floating his whole body with that aerial. Spinning a quadruple under before that push-up position happened.
So smooth.
Oh my gosh, I think they're gonna do it. And a clean routine from Australia.
Well done, guys.
Wow.
Great job.
Outstanding efforts.
P57.
Way to go. All three of them, an excellent display. That's Luke there in the middle. Like I said, over a decade of just crushing it. And that's right, the ropes were clicking, but they just fought straight through it. Yeah, I love the float of the handle and then
Beautiful switch.
gorgeous aerial into the ropes. So fast on all those power moves. I mean, the rope is just barely getting up to his hands before he lifts them. I mean, they got it down to the millisecond. They know exactly when everything needs to happen and where, and they all jump through that flip at the end.
And they're so happy.
Wow, they really did a fantastic job. I have a feeling we're going to see that routine again.
Yeah.
Remember, this is the prelims, right? So they're all fighting for the top 6 spots in each category. So they have a chance to compete again at the finals this weekend.
That's right. And now we are having Team France on the floor. And I personally extremely enjoy watching these girls jumping.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Nice start with the double under coming down from that frog. Ooh, super close to the turner there, but they made it work. Jumping onto the forearms.
They're so strong.
Ooh. Great
Nice
recovery there.
recovery.
It's always a nice thing to see when the jumper doesn't have to get out of the ropes to make a recovery happen.
Yeah, that means that they practice that a lot of times.
Really strong so far. Really acrobatic. Nice. Oh!
Oh!
Turning into push-up position. They're moving all around the floor. Huge multiple into that push-up. Wow, the control is excellent from both turners. Fitting in a lot of double unders. The feet are so close to the turner on the left there. Did you see that? But they still made it work. And their ropes are really small. Nice backflip with the quadruple under and under the leg at the end during that same multiple. Oh, the ropes got a little floppy, but no problem for them. Oh, a little slip on that multiple. They decided to end their routine with that. The music was ending.
P57.
Great job, France. I can't wait to see these highlights. That was an outstanding routine.
With a lot of acrobatic skills.
Yeah, it seemed like that whole routine, somebody was either sideways or upside down.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was the turners.
Well done, girls.
Up next on the floor, we've got our team from Hong Kong. This is a very experienced crew right here. And remember, they're competing, like I was saying before, for those spots and for the finals, which are going to be debuted on Olympics.com. All right, here they go.
Perfectly on the beat.
Oh, turning behind the back and backwards, switching the handles around for the other TS position right there, Chu-Ting was.
Do you see how small space does the jumper have to jump? Wow.
Oh my gosh, they're just chaining together endless multiples, fitting that back handspring between those turners and those small ropes. No easy task. Quadruple under landing in the push-up position.
They're slowing down the rope, changing the pace.
This. Yeah, they're fitting with their music really nicely.
Waiting for that music.
Hey! Running sideways on his hands. A super clever trick. You could hear the audience.
Oh, that switch was a release.
Oh, another one! Switching with the release into the front flip. Oh, I love this routine. It is brilliant.
Come on, guys, come on.
These switches are just 0 seconds. They're just like letting go of the handles and they just stay in the air and then they just run on the ropes.
Yeah. And the synchronicity with the music. Oh my God, this was amazing. This was
Great
amazing.
job from Hong Kong. What a fun routine to watch. I mean, that was certainly a crowd pleaser. I think the judges are going to love it too. Yeah, you can hear him making noise for them.
They're so happy. I love seeing when the athletes are having a great time on the floor, right? It's just, wow, so satisfying to watch.
Chu-Ting, such a smiley athlete. And yeah, I love that part where he's running sideways in the handstand. One of my favorite parts of today also.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, taking the floor right now. This is Australia. Gemma, Chloe, and Naomi. Nice. Turning and under the leg. I mean spinning while turning.
Really great on the music.
Again, a lot of power combos that are lasting like 12, 13, 14 jumps. Nice multiple landing in that crab. It can be really tricky to jump up from that super low position.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
That was a great execution on that front walkover. Nice round off as well. They're doing a great job of fitting those longer acro skills in. Those typically are done with the ropes going the same direction with like a pinwheel or something, but they're fitting it all in the regular double F pattern with crosses and under the legs and everything like it. There's that wheel pattern I was talking about where the ropes are going the same way. Yeah, they're fitting in a front flip at the end of the routine. It's always really difficult to add in those acro moves at the end of the routine, right? That's when you're fatigued, that's when you're tired. Still a great landing on that front flip. That was a great showing from Australia.
Great job, girls.
And you can see behind Team Australia, the next team taking the floor from Belgium. This is the Double Dutch Singles Freestyle event, right? And it's called Singles Freestyle because typically one person is jumping in the rope at a time. There's only 3 athletes and 2 ropes. Belgium starting their routine with a multiple ending in a push-up. Whoa. Flipping while turning. Great execution, and that split was so low.
Again, effortless doubles under all those power moves.
Does that guy have extra hips? How did he do all those splits like that? All right, twisting around here into a wheel sequence, crossing under the legs, and behind the back, and under the leg, and behind the back at the same time.
With doubles.
Wow, I cannot believe they got through that push-up with the multiple. That is super technical. That front flip just flew. And the double unders are just coming out of nowhere, and they're not stopping. And they're not going anywhere. They're still doing double unders.
Doubles with restricted positions, with turns.
While the jumper is upside down.
That was a hand hop with a double.
An amazing routine so far.
I mean, the technicality and the precision of this routine is just out of this world.
Have they been clean so far? I mean,
they had 1 miss.
Oh, the splits are crazy.
That was amazing. Well done, guys. Well
that was some
done.
of the best splits we've seen today. We've seen a lot of good splits, but I mean, those were just shocking every time, coming out of nowhere, jumping these multiples. Great job, Belgium. A really good routine. A lot of very lofty jumps. And like I was saying before, a very competitive style, very technical. Likely to be a very high-scoring routine.
It's going to be so tight, right? That first 6 spots.
Nice work. Belgium up next. You can see behind them taking the floor in the black uniforms. We've got Hungary. Starting off with a wheel pattern with a behind-the-back TS and AS going backwards. Turning with one jumper, or one turner and across and one open. Jumping through the ropes with the jumper.
Those turner movements are beautiful.
Wow.
Really technical.
And that was a really fast pace to do that under the leg release skill. Nice. I like how they stop the ropes, hit the angles.
This is an extremely fast routine. There is that wheel. Oh, an amazing fix there. Yep. Get it, girls.
All right, one-handed to two-handed. Oh, trying to drop down in that split. Couldn't quite fit in that wheel.
It's always really tricky to continue after a wheel.
Switching back to that more traditional double edge pattern. Oh, an interesting switch. Turning backwards, a nice release to end it. Oh, right on time with the music.
Well done, girls. Well done. Great job.
Nice work, Hungary.
From the USA, Jonathan, Matthew, and
Take a look at these highlights. Yeah, that multiple landing in the split. That was an interesting variation too with the ropes pulling out. And it can be tricky to move the ropes that fast and pull the ropes in and out, right? Because if you don't get all the way out, you're just going to smack your jumper upside the head. And those ropes are not going slow. Nice hand hop there. We saw in the replay. Oh, and turning all the way up and over. Up next from the United States of America, this is Jonathan, Matthew, and Ellie. Great hand hop while turning. He's jumping on his hands while he was holding that handle. I mean, really impressive work there. Nice front flip. Super strong routine so far. Very clean.
Also very short rope.
Whoa, just barely fitting through there. Great work.
Nice fix.
Oh, come on. They almost saved it with that jump. Got a little caught. Looks like they're working on this next sequence here, trying to figure out where to get back in. Great multiple sequence here. A couple quadruple unders.
With restricted hand positions. What a nice transition to the wheel.
Really fast multiples here. Oh, got a little bit caught on that wheel. Ellie putting on a show in the middle of the ropes there. Jonathan with the beautiful form. And great turning on the side from Matthew there.
Also really good on the beat.
And big smiles with a really well-executed kick.
Oh, that split.
Nice front walkover, too. Nice work from this crew out of Ohio.
Heat 60, Station 1, 5043.
Let's take a look at these highlights. Yeah, that wheel at the beginning, really well executed. That hand hop while holding the handle. So hard to pull off. Always a risk of slipping with your hand on the handle like that. And then the under the leg turning during that flip.
And that switch with the TS.
Wow, that multiple leading. And you could see did you see in the back the audience's mouth? Everyone just making O's.
We're having a team from Switzerland on the floor.
A little tangle on this wheel section. Wheel, of course, being one of the most difficult things to time. All right, back into that double edge rhythm. Right on beat. Oh, with the power moves. Switching who's turning and who's jumping. Everybody has to turn and everybody has to jump in this event. Making that entry back to this next section here. Oh, setting up for something. Nice front handspring. Going for the frog to push up.
Nice interaction there.
The clapping going on. Got a little caught on that multiple, and it looks like they're going to end it there. They knew the end of their music was coming. These athletes practice with their music for hours upon hours upon hours, hearing that same song over and over. So they know exactly where the accents are. They know exactly when it's going to end. So you'll see if things don't go exactly as planned, they will make adjustments on the fly and know how to finish at the same time.
And a lot of times these athletes are practicing without the rope, just, you know, to make sure that they hit the moves, they hit the beat, and then slowly they add the rope.
All right, we've got a team from France right now. Looks like setting up for Noah to do back handspring into the ropes. Going for some multiples here. Double unders. Looks like they're going to try again. Oh, great. They managed to fit that whole power sequence in with those restrictions. Huge back tuck. Yeah. 4 revolutions during that backflip. Oh, nice double under and under the leg. Switching it up. Nice movement here. Oh, double under. Looks like they were going for a split.
Quick recovery.
And turning into push-up. Some of the best form we've seen on that one today, too.
That was really cool.
Really high front flip. Oh, crossing behind the back with both turners. They pulled it up. That's one of the hardest ones that we've seen today. I mean, there's absolutely no control on either side, and they still somehow made that work.
Great job. Few misses, but overall there were some really creative moves in that.
Way to go, France. Let's take a look at these highlights. Yeah, is this the frog to back tuck? Yes, so high, and look at the revolutions going into the under the legs.
And both of the turners were restricted.
Outstanding efforts. France, yeah, that
one, wow.
See how wiggly the ropes were?
Yeah,
it's
they
so
made it,
hard to
but
control
they made
that.
it work. They made
Way
it
to
work.
go, France. Taking the floor right now from the USA. We got Camille, Francis, and Jacob. Another strong team out of North Carolina.
I think we can expect some high flies, some acrobatic moves.
Getting all those tablets set up for the judges. You can hear the support coming from the audience, and not just from the USA. And if you're tuning in just now, this is the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships. This is the biggest jump rope event of all time. Over 1,200 athletes have shown up from all over the world. And right now, they're competing in prelims for a chance to compete at finals this weekend, which is going to be aired on Olympics.com. All right, here they go, starting their routine off. Nice jump through during the double under. A lot of really technical multiples here with the power moves. Oh, just barely got caught on that last one. All right, nice hand hop. Looks like they're still going,
With
actually.
a turn.
Whoa, good split.
Oh,
save it,
such
yes.
a cool save.
And popping a 180 off of the back there to land in that push-up position. All right, going to try that switch again with the big diving 180. And it looks like it's going to work out for them. Here they go, still moving through. A nice wrap happening on the left there, something under the leg. Oh, a little handoff during the multiples. Those ropes were flying for that trick.
I love that switch. Wow.
There we go. Super fast recovery. Like I said before, love it when nobody has to get out of the ropes to save it.
That was a backwards CS double.
Turning under the legs every which way. Oh, jumping through for that multiple. Wait, I cannot believe they made it through that. The ropes were wiggling all over the place, but they still got it. A really good routine. People standing up in the audience to cheer for that one. Great
Super
job.
creative one.
Heat 62.
With so many multiples, I didn't even see them. Wow.
7 from Denmark.
Yeah, let's check out this switch here. That big dive, the 180 there, changing directions of the rope. And then this whole
that
business.
one-handed push-up turn. So much power,
There's a
so
lot of
much strength.
steps in that turning trick as well.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that backwards DS double.
Ooh, straight into another backward double with a push-up in the middle.
This was something else. Wow, well done. Well done. Great job, guys.
Up next, we've got some representatives from Denmark taking the floor. This is the mixed division. When double dutch and group events are competed in jump rope, right, there's a female, a male, and a mixed division. Here they go, starting off. I like the symmetry that they had going with the turners there. Hard to pull off because that means they're both affecting the same rope at the same time. And if you're doing something on the same side, that rope can get really tall, the other one can get really short. Big risk of hitting the ropes together, but they're doing a great job so far. Big smiles on that kick. Gonna do numbers for their presentation. Oh, that leapfrog didn't need a run up at all.
Two of these guys are world record holders of the 1x60 double dutch speed sprints.
And I thought that grab during that turn on the ground was really cool.
Oh, these hand hops are so effortless.
And that three-quarter front flip, a pretty high landing for that one. A lot of other athletes we've seen just kind of hit the ground with their bottom, but she kept everything up on her feet.
A nice movement on the floor, too.
Ooh.
Wow.
Multiple on that round off tuck. Whoa.
That's a really interesting switch with a lot of
I don't
movement.
even know if that was a wheel switch. I mean, they kept that double edge pattern. Whoa!
Yeah, so cool.
A back jump, but in the rarest form.
Well done. Great, great job.
Nice routine
Heat 63.
from Denmark.
Station 2. 250.
Go get some water. You deserve it.
Samantha, Eric, and Taylor.
I am tired just watching you all. So fast-paced with all those power moves.
And those doubles are so clean.
Staying as a unit across the floor.
Wow.
This is something that I've seen a lot this year that I haven't seen in the past, right? A lot of those longer sequences like the round-off tuck, not just using it outside the ropes and then landing in, but staying in the ropes the whole time. Jumping over with the hands at the beginning of the round-off. Jumping over with the feet at the second half of the round-off. I mean, fitting all that in a row. Such a difficult task. Right here, we've got our team from the United States of America. Samantha, Eric, and Taylor. Excellent work so far. A big triple under with the ropes together.
A lot of different rope moves.
Switching it up. Nice cartwheel into that wheel movement.
I love all the different switches.
Hand
so
hop
creative.
while holding that handle. Whoa! Flying through the ropes. Super dynamic routine.
Perfectly on the music.
Love that handoff. Crossing while doing the wheel while drag turning. Drag turning meaning that they're really putting in that work to help their jumper get through, pulling that rope across the ground. Tall multiples. Eric getting way up over those double unders. One hand to two hands on those push-up, all the way around. Looks like they're turning backwards and with a cross. And they decided to end it right there. Nice work, USA. A lot of big switches.
Great job.
Heat 64. Station 2.
Let's take a look at those highlights right here.
6 from Denmark.
Yeah, this is one of the switches I was just talking about, right? With the cartwheel going in, and then
Hand hop while he was hand.
all the way across the floor, that nice front walkover business happening. All those power moves in the middle. Got a little tripped up at the end. Way to go, USA. Now taking the floor. Everybody, this right here in the white uniforms is Denmark.
Also, making a routine like this is so complex, right? Like, you choose the music, you combine the skills, you just play to everyone's strength. It's wow.
That's right, and it's been 3 years since our last international competition. So, I mean, they could have up to 3 years of practice before this event.
Yep.
Whoa!
That is a fast pace.
Especially the switch directions of the flip of the body, right? He was going back down.
Yeah, and he was doing a hand hop with a turn.
Really strong start for this crew. It looks like they're setting up for some more upside down jumps with some behind the back, under the leg. Oh, the knees! Oh my gosh. With no knee pads or anything, that's hard wood, everybody. Going for a hand hop there. Hand hops always being a little more difficult when you're facing the side. The distance between your hands is a little bit greater, right? Increasing that space that needs to be cleared in the air.
Yeah.
Nice front handspring in the ropes. Whoa! One of the smoothest one of those we've seen with a jump on either side. Oh! Hand hop, but not hand hop. It was a forearm hop.
Hardwood floor.
Oh my gosh, someone needs to get this team some knee pads and elbow pads. Nice handoff during the leapfrog. And landing that leapfrog straight into a frog.
Yeah. Wow.
Great control of the weight and the movement of the body.
It's like, I feel like that I'm holding my breath, right? While I'm watching a routine. This is the level of
I was holding my breath during all these knee jumps and the forearm jumps and all that. I mean, yeah, look at that. Ow! That's a hard floor. Anything for the points, they said. Great work, Denmark. We love that routine.
Up next, we're having Belgium. This is a great and strong team from Belgium.
So right now the judges are getting set up. We're down to one panel of judges here, right? We had two before, and now there's just one panel because this is the mixed division only, right? We were alternating before between the mixed division and the female division. And it's really important that it's the same panel of judges every single time, right? That's why we can't switch judges' panels during the mixed division.
That is such a great point.
To keep everything super fair. Nice job, Belgium. So fast already. I mean, I feel like they've already completed 3 routines by now. Whoa! Oh! Landing all those hand hops on one hand at the end. Great. Way to fit everything in there. Belgium is getting really excited out there in the audience. Whoa, nice TS there, Alec.
On the beat, just right on the beat.
Oh, going for a one-handed frog. Smooth switch. Let's see what's next. Oh, a big split.
And they're slowing down the rope to the beat.
Yeah, that was a fantastic display of control. Wow. Normally you see it the other way, the jump from the 2 hands to the 1 hand, right? So you don't have to push off of 1 hand, but she did it the other way. Pushing off of 1 hand hard enough that you could jump up in the air and then land on 2.
Oh, wow.
Ending right on time with the beat. Excellent job, Belgium.
So many strong routines.
Definitely you can see a style developing across the Belgian routines. I mean, look at how fast those hand hops are. I mean, the room for error is 0.
Literally 0.
They just timed it so perfectly. And those 3/4 front flips looking strong to finish off the routine. Great job, Belgium. Taking the floor now. We've got a team from Canada.
I love the starting
Showing off
position.
the guns.
Here we go.
And showing off those muscles with the big backflip into the ropes. Off to one side, but they made it work. Great job, turners. Nice frogs. Great control. You can see the drag turning. They're putting in the effort to make sure that their jumper is having as much room as possible. Setting up for...
Oh! We haven't seen that one.
A little side flip roll over the back into the ropes. Really difficult to enter from over top of one of the turners.
Oh, she is a very strong jumper.
Awesome. Way to get up on all those. Got a little bit caught up in that wheel switch. Setting up for multiples. Oh, great work getting through that. Nice. On time with that bass drop there.
Yeah, that is really tricky when there's a multiple sequence to slow the rope down.
One hand to the forearms.
Yeah. A little trip there, but they made it work.
Jumping from the forearms back up to the push-up position. Nice kick up.
Well done. Great job, guys.
Great acrobatic skills. And awesome turning. You could see at a lot of points, I mean, the effort that those turns were putting in to make sure their jump was going to make it through. And the scoop happening during that. Yeah, look at that drag turning, reaching from one side all the way to the other. See how the rope doesn't even come off the ground a little bit during that? Getting the ropes to smack the wood floor without bouncing too is a difficult task.
It is a skill, right? Like, you really need to practice that.
That's right, and a lot of these athletes do a lot, several times a week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we've got another crew coming all the way from our upstairs neighbors in Canada.
I love when athletes are enjoying themselves on the floor. It's like they're calming the nerves.
Here we go.
Let's see what they got.
Nice. Going for the three-quarter front flip to start it off, right? And always jumping up from that low position can be a challenge.
Oh, nice switch there.
Moving across the floor to set up that double dutch again. Ooh, trying to front handspring in during the restriction. Restrictions, of course, making it harder for the turners to make things work. Great power moves. There's that drag turning.
Oh,
whoa!
Beautiful aerial.
What? With no momentum. That was awesome. Behind the back turning for that round off entry. Great control switching under the legs to get it out. Great drag turning. Jumping through the ropes during the power move. There we go. You can see all the restrictions are happening at the same time as the power move, right? And that is done intentionally to increase to a maximum difficulty. Getting the most out of each skill that they do. Communicating right there on the fly. Jumping on the knees. Oh!
Perfect ending. Well done. Well done.
It's a great ending skill because you might not be able to jump after jumping on the knees.
That was a great power sequence.
Yeah, and look at the turn. Look at the ropes.
Look at her
They bounce
legs.
a little bit on the side, but then by the time they make it to the jumper, they're just flat on the floor.
So great. Wow.
And the restricted turning during all of those power moves. Great job. And you can see that the hands even being lifted at a syncopated time to fit the rope going across, going sideways. All right, taking the floor right now. This is a team from Korea. Traveled all the way from Korea to Colorado Springs to compete today at the International Jump Rope Union's World Jump Rope Championships.
I love that turn.
Whoa! Big front flip off of one leg, too. Nice with the music. Looking at the judges. Letting all the judges know that this is a good time to watch. Here we go. Fast power. They are on beat. Hitting all the cues.
You can see some Japanese influence, right? Like the style is very similar.
Oh, the roll over the back. Oh, watching out for that green line there.
Oh,
nice. Double unders.
Shapes.
Yeah, the rope stayed really taut that whole time, right? The wigglier they get, the less control they have.
Also, they're following the music just perfectly.
Fantastic aerial fit through there. Got a little caught up on the behind the back turning section, but now they are here. More hand hops. Really fast frog movements.
Well done.
And one at a time doing that three-quarter front flip.
869, Station 2. 4, 6, 2, 3. from
Nice work, Korea. Look at that.
Abby Samuel
Front flip
Ruby.
off of one leg. Still powerful enough to get all the way around to the feet once again. And then
Oh, wow.
great execution on those double unders with the big old kick happening during those power skills. And you can see how hard those turns are working to stay with their jumper during that aerial.
Up next, we're having Australia.
We've got Abby, Sammy, and Ruby. So far, I've been very impressed by this group this year. Lots of musicality shown, lots of technical ability. Excited to see what they have brought to the Double Dutch singles freestyle event.
It's so great to watch these guys
Everyone
compete
ready?
all through the events.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Also fast-paced routine.
Nice quadruple under. Whoa, launching into the ropes off the feet. Getting all set up here. Got a little caught during that frog and the hand hop. Communicating where's the best point to come in. Whoa! That one hand to two hand hop, back handspring, jumping a quadruple under and then landing in the push up. And this power combo just never ends. Way to go. Nice work so far. Jumping
Great
the rope
switch.
during the
Oh,
switch,
wow.
yeah. Excellent movements.
They have some really creative stuff as well.
Whoa, trying to save it. And another flip to end it. That's why they call him Sammy G Flips.
Station
I mean,
2,
he was doing
4,
acro moves
6,
that whole
3, 1
routine.
From Hong Kong, China. Kwan Ho Ying Nam.
Yeah,
There
that
it is.
switch was awesome.
Whoa. Great execution on that. A lot of times we'll see people jumping off of one foot to get that swing in the front flip.
Yeah, and imagine how secure you need to be to do that front flip, because like right before you're doing that, you're like focused on the switch itself.
Right, you're handing off the handle, you're looking at your partner,
Exactly.
you're communicating, and then boom, it's front flip time.
Yeah.
You should already be upside down.
Exactly. Like these moves just need to be in your body.
And you have to have a lot of trust in your teammates,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's
Make sure
right.
that they're not going to catch you with the rope
Everyone
That's right.
ready?
That's
and
right.
keep you upside down until you hit the ground. All right, we got a team right now from Hong Kong taking the floor. Very musical, like we've seen from Hong Kong. We've got
Perfect
some
form and shape.
backward turning. Now they're switching back to forward.
And I love how they're using the music to slow down the rope and make it faster. It's so beautiful to watch.
You can hear the crowd
That's
saying,
the end, that's the end, that's- wow.
Yeah. Nice one-handed frog. Oh, down to the one-handed push-ups each time. Oh, going for the one-hand to two-handed hop.
And you can see like it's just a millisecond of being off beat, and bam, there's a mistake. So wow, these teams are doing some amazing job.
You can hear Hong Kong going crazy for him in the stands.
And as they should.
Nice hand hop during that cross.
Oh, footwork.
Oh, fast footwork. Yeah, the crowd loves this. What?
It's just like you don't even expect it, and there's that front flip.
Such a powerful push off the right leg.
Oh, nice.
Big smile.
Big smiles.
She got over the rope. And look, Hong Kong loved it. It was a really, really clean routine.
That concludes the World Championships Double Dutch Single
Yeah,
Freestyle.
that's what I was telling you
We will
about.
now have the
Millisecond,
qualifier
millisecond.
results
And what an
announcement
awesome
on 3,
finale
4,
for our
and
double Dutch
starting
singles
with
event.
double
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
that footwork. Little Steves with the hand movement. Great job, Hong Kong. And big smiles at the end. They know they crushed it. Giving a look right now at the Ed Robson Arena. We're here at the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships in Colorado Springs. We've had over 1,200 athletes from over 25 countries represented. It's been an amazing event so far. Several days of this awesome competition leading up to the finals. Everything that's happened so far has been the prelims, right? Everyone is battling for those top 6 spots to compete again this weekend at the finals.
That's correct. I can't wait for the weekend, like, seriously.
Starting as soon as, actually, tonight is officially the start of the finals with the team show event. Starting at 7 p.m. our time, going to be airing on Olympics.com on the Olympic channel. And this is also the first international event
Of the...
in 3 years in person. It's been a while since we've had one, and the community has been excellent. I mean, it's been a great reunion for jumpers and a great time to meet jumpers.
IJRU would like to now announce
The community has been so supportive.
qualifiers
Different
for the
countries
finals
cheering for different countries. I mean, it's been a
for
great
the Double Dutch
atmosphere
Triad
to be a part
World
of.
Championship
Exactly. Now we are
mixed
going to announce the
division.
qualifiers.
The qualifiers are from the USA, Ella, Avery, Seth, Dalton, and Riley. From Germany, Anne, Enya, Annika, Svanya, and Vivian. From the USA, Sophia, Lillian, Eleanor, Olivia, and Ava. From the USA, Jonathan, Matthew, Ryan, Kate, and Dylan. From Germany, Diana, Bianca, Simone, Christina, and Fabine. And from Germany, Perianne, Julia, Max, Mikey, and Katrin. The qualifiers for the World Championship Finals for IJRU Single Rope Team Freestyle Mixed Division. The qualifiers are from Australia, Luke, Ben, Jamie, and Chloe. From Denmark, Marie, Marcus, Simon, and Alfred. From Belgium, Julienne, Belen, Oceanie, Yele. From the USA, Renee, Lauren, Camille, and Jacob. From Korea, Dai, Yuenso, Yunjin, and Songjun. And from the USA, Ella, Blake, and Elise. World Championship qualifiers for the finals, single rope team freestyle mixed division. I apologise, male division. From Korea, Ji Woo, Won Woo, Sing Min, and Shin Yuk. From Belgium, Tim, Peter Jan, Thibaut, and Klaas. From Japan, Naoki, Now, Shaw, and Shun. From Belgium, Lorde, Kasper, Jelle, and Matthias. And from Korea, Sang Hyun, Horang, Ji Young, and Min Young. And from the USA, Porter, Preston, Seth, and Dalton. Qualifiers for the World Championship Finals, single rope team freestyle, female division. From Germany, Olivia, Julia, Verena, and Anna. From Belgium, Lara, Zoe, Ilka, and Joska. From Belgium, Ine, Sarah, Anouk, and Borki. From Australia, Belle, Jasmine, Michaela, and Emma. From Denmark, Ellen, Laura, Selma, and Natasha. And from the Czech Republic, Daniela, Veronica, Aleska, and Amelie. World Championship qualifiers for single rope pair freestyle finals mixed division. From Belgium, Belen and Yele. From Australia, Luke and Chloe. From Korea, Yuenso and Huejun. From the USA, Blake and Elise. From Canada, Everett and Caitlin. And from Belgium, Alec and Lorena. The World Championship final qualifiers, single rope pair freestyle male division. From Japan, Kai and Kaya. From Korea, Won Woo, Xing Min. From Belgium, Lord and Yele. From Korea, Ji Woo and Jin Nuk. From Korea, Yong Min, Yu Song. And from Japan, Naoki and Nao. The World Championship final qualifiers for single rope pair freestyle female division. From Belgium, Margot and Yoke. From Germany, Olivia and Anna. From France, Lou and Gwenanele. From Hong Kong, Wing and Na Hui. From Belgium, Janne and Joska. And from Denmark, Marie and Mathilda. The World Championship final qualifiers for wheel pair freestyle mixed division. From Korea, Yu Sung Hyunjae. From the USA, Ella and Seth. From Korea, Yong Min and Yuenso. From the USA, Benton and Kennedy. From Australia, Abby and Sam. And from the USA, Sarah and Jacob. The World Championship final qualifiers, wheel pair freestyle male division. From Australia, Luke and Ben. From the USA, Jonathan and Matthew. From Japan, Kai and Sukasa. From Germany, Robin and Moritz. From Germany, Simon and Felix. And from Canada, Owen and Rowan. The World Championship final qualifiers for wheel pairs freestyle female division. From the USA, Sophia and Eleanor. From Germany, Sabrina and Vanessa. From the USA, Holly and Ariana. From the USA, Lauren and Camille. From Germany, Annika and Svanya. And from Hungary, Lily, Lila and Dorothea. That concludes our qualifiers for the World Championship finals. Also, if you have some merchandise up at the merchandising stand, please go and pick it up. They're starting to back up quite heavily, so please pick up your merchandise. We will begin in a couple of minutes.
We just saw the final qualifiers for our some of our freestyle events coming up tomorrow and on Saturday and Sunday. Very exciting. We're going to have a great show for you in those finals. And right now, I am joined by one of the athletes from the South African national team. We've got Mkhululi here. Mkhululi, how did you get started with the sport? It's something I'm always interested to hear, how athletes first saw the sport and what got them into it.
Well, I started when I was
seats.
about 7 because I was always into doing flips, and then there was a guy that originally was taught by Martin Kodeme. He saw me doing these flips and he invited me over to come and watch them jump rope, and I was like, what's that? And I saw them doing a double dutch routine. I still did not know what that was. I just saw them doing some tricks that looked like acrobatics, and I was like, whoa, that looks cool. And over time, I just started, I picked it up, and then after that, I just kept on going to the gym. I found that I'm better at it than soccer. And yeah, I did try playing soccer, but at the time I was terrible.
Yep.
So, yeah.
That sounds like me when I first started jump rope. I was terrible at jump rope.
Yeah.
But I stuck with it. And I'm actually really curious, who was the athlete that you first saw who was trained by Martin Kodeme?
It was Busiso Mabele.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Mabele, a
Yeah.
legend in the sport and an amazing jumper. I think one of the first jumpers I met from South Africa.
Yeah.
Wow, what a first person to see doing jump rope. That's amazing. And now, when you are back home and you're training, can you tell us a little bit about that? You know, do you focus mainly on speed? Is it freestyle? Are you doing any cross training? Anything like that? Just tell us about your training routine.
Well, my strength is in freestyle, so I try to focus more on that. But I've not been neglecting speed as well, because everybody's getting better, everybody's getting faster, and not just in speed, everybody's improving. So I'm trying to improve it to be a bit of an overall jumper, and with that comes with I have to be conditioned. My body has to be conditioned, so I do strength and conditioning as well.
That's awesome. That's a really important part of it. It's not just the speed training. What are some of the things you'll do? Are you doing weightlifting? Are you doing sprints? Walk us through some of the strength and conditioning.
So not necessarily weight lifting, not like heavy weight lifting. It's just like light weights so that I can be able to handle my body and be able to lift it when I need to lift it. But basically, it's just trying to train my core, my arms, and the rest of my body just enough so that I can be able to do the tricks that I want to do, but not overdo it that I get big.
That's awesome. That's really, really cool to hear. Always fascinated to hear how athletes are training and just really getting prepared for these World Championships. Mkululi, thank you so much for joining us. We're actually going to switch the headset over to the coach of the South African national team. We have Mpo here. And Mpo, I remember meeting you many years ago in South Africa. I think it was at the World Championships, which were held in Cape Town back in 2008. So thank you so much for being here. And I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about the history of the sport in South Africa.
Thank you for having me, Mike. Well, in terms of the history of South Africa, let me just say that today, this year, it's our 21st year.
Wow.
Ever since jump rope or rope skipping has started in South Africa. So it basically started in 2002. It was introduced by the man from Belgium, Martin Godemer. He started it in Cape Town. And then later on, it branched across the whole country.
Wow.
So I'm just excited to see, the sport growing in great magnitude in South Africa and also in Africa generally.
Yeah. That's awesome. It's been really cool watching sort of from afar. And, as I said, being in South Africa for the 2008 World Championships, the energy was electric. And it had been developing now for, I guess, about 6 or 7 years. And so to see the support from all the athletes and people there was just really awesome.
Yeah.
Looking to the future of the sport in South Africa, or even around the world, what are you most excited about looking at the future?
Okay. By me being the chairperson of rope skipping in South Africa, my main goal is for me to see the sport growing in schools, and not it just being a sport for high performance, but also using it as a skill, as a tool for holistic development, because we want athletes that are well disciplined, athletes that will, be better citizens in their communities, and then, obviously, seeing the sport of jump rope as an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I know, we all love jump rope and we love the sport, but as you mentioned, there are so many benefits in terms of learning about improving your work ethic and all those things like that. Learning how to be more social. I know this has helped me become a lot more outgoing. I was very shy when I first started. So in terms of the holistic development, that is a very important and sometimes overlooked facet of what jump rope can really do for athletes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mpo, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mike.
And good luck at the rest of the competition. And I'm going to be very eagerly watching the progress that you guys are going to continue to make. Thanks so much.
One world, one world.
Yes, one world, one rope.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're about to continue the tournament here at the World Jump Rope Championships 2023 from Colorado Springs, USA. I'm Joe Edney, and I'm joined by my co-host here,
Kaylee Woodard. Hello, I'm so happy to be here with everyone. As Joe mentioned, we are about to start our Double Dutch Pairs Freestyle event. You'll see 4 athletes on the floor. That is typically going to equal 2 turners and 2 jumpers. However, this event is very complex, and so quite often you'll see the turners actually becoming jumpers. You'll see them switching in and out, and so a lot of fun happening in this event.
Now the first heat on the floor in this event is number 71, and that is from Germany.
Ladies starting out here with some nice power sequences. You'll see them kind of stacking on top of each other. That's typical in this event. The jumpers often will do power skills that are interactive, as that does increase their difficulty score.
Now we just saw the double Dutch single freestyle with 3 athletes on the floor. So when they add 4, you can see moves like what they just demonstrated. We call that a subway, where one jumper actually moves under the other one. And there's a subway with a turntable 90 degrees. And what that does is increases their difficulty score just a little bit for that individual skill. Now when they had that bobble, they got out of the ropes, got back in very quickly. That'll be only a minimal deduction from their total score.
That's right. So they will get a deduction for that, but it's great that they got back in so quickly because they only have 75 seconds, and they want to make the most use of that 75 seconds, accumulating scores and difficulty points for each skill that they do successfully achieve.
Now we are going to see teams that are composed of all females. We're going to see teams composed of all males. And we will see some teams that have a mix of both male and female. Now, all 3 divisions are working to qualify for the finals, which will take place tomorrow and the following day, which are the last 2 days of this 8-day tournament.
That's right, and you heard that correctly, 8 days. These athletes have been already jumping and competing for 6 days. This is day number 6, and so you're seeing these athletes marathon, basically, during these 8 days, and so they're doing an amazing job. Even in this altitude of Colorado Springs, and these athletes have felt it, but they have fought through it as well.
So next on the floor, we have a team from USA, and this is an all-male team. And what we tend to see with all-male teams is a little more of a bias towards some of the strength skills, some of the power. So you might notice this team being on the floor on their hands a little more often, and so we'll see if that holds true as they begin their performance.
Starting out with a little bit of fun there, and creativity and presentation are definitely part of the score. So that little bit of fun might be the edge that helps them out. These are multiple unders, so you're seeing the ropes go underneath the athletes, in that case, mostly 4 times per jump, called quadruple unders, and right into a very powerful sequence here with some gymnastics moves, push-ups, stacking. Excellent.
You saw a split with a stack on top. You saw one-handed frogs or handstands. And there you saw multiples with them in a wheel-style formation. And, of course, that's called rope manipulation in this particular event, and that's one of the required elements in a double Dutch routine.
That hand hop there, so difficult to coordinate. Oh, and right into a nice catch. You see, he doesn't quite have the handle, but he kind of maneuvered it so that now he does, and he's able to control the ropes for this next section. So that won't count as a miss. Yes, a little bobble, but not a miss.
And look at the turner on the floor there. He's in a full split with his hands down on the ground. They couldn't quite pull that one out cleanly, but it was apparently toward the end of the routine. The guys wrapped up here and decided to go ahead and finish it with a bow.
That's right. And honestly, I think that was a smart move because they got out of there. It was only 1 miss. Sometimes if the athletes rush back at the very end of the routine to try to, get one skill in there, they will cause another miss to happen. And there's that great back tuck. See him adjusting his handle there, and they're right back into a strength sequence.
And notice the communication between the jumpers in the center of the rope. That's such an important element here. When you've got so many different things happening at once, it's important to ensure everyone is in sync and, frankly, moving in a precise way to get those ropes just where they need to be.
That's correct. Welcoming now a team from Canada. This is an all-female division. Starting out with a classic leapfrog. Now, this leapfrog, though, is typically done over a turner. You saw it now within the ropes. More difficult because if you'll notice, one jumper is pushing one of the other jumpers down, and she still has to jump over the rope.
So now they're in a wheel formation. If you tuned in earlier, you would have seen our wheel competition. And of course, that's again another example of a rope manipulation or a rope switch.
Great jump through there. You saw one of the turners just quickly jump through the ropes during that double under sequence.
Now, in double Dutch pairs events, because you have 2 jumpers in the rope at once, that subway style event where you have one jumper almost tunneling under another one while they're both on their hands and feet on the ground, that's a very popular skill, and I would expect that in most of these routines we will see some variation of that subway skill.
Yes, I would agree. I think it's one of the more popular skills in double Dutch, and it does garner them quite a few difficulty points as well, particularly when they can do these variations. So that was a nice job from our girls from Team Canada.
Now, one thing that is true about having 4 athletes on the floor is you do up the chances of a mistake, right? Because it adds one more person into it. So it's really difficult to get a fully clean routine in here. And you saw that trouble they ran into there on the push-up. That might have been an instance of the ropes turning just a little too fast for those jumpers, or perhaps the jumpers were a little ahead. When they practice, they work on the rhythm necessary to make that happen. And most of the time that works out when you get on the competition floor, but nerves can get in the way.
Absolutely. And you'll see these guys taking the floor from Team USA. A little shot also of their team in the stands really backing them up. And that's something that we've seen throughout this competition from all of the countries here. They have had so much spirit, and not only cheering on their own athletes, but also cheering on athletes from other countries. So it's really been a unified event, and it's been so much fun to witness that.
So they're entering the ropes and moving right into what we call a power sequence, where they're down on their hands. Again, they're trying to sort of play off each other. They'll be off rhythm and then get back on rhythm, making that very purposeful, adding to their creativity score. You can see some of the rope handles switch between the turners during that last sequence.
And that's something that we would love for y'all to watch as an audience member. Wow, that was a great turner interaction there on the knees. But watch as an audience member the complex switching of handles, just like you just saw right there. Those switches have to be precise. If a handle doesn't quite make it to the next turner or the next jumper, a big miss will happen. And so those precision switches are very important.
Now, we've seen a lot of multiples here over the last 10 seconds or so, and again, that's another required element, moving the ropes multiple times under the feet of the jumpers before they land.
And a great job there from the USA. They're excited about that, and so is their team, and rightfully so.
Heat 73.
Now, the other thing I like about double Dutch pairs is that it really does give you an opportunity to infuse more creativity into it, right? You have that extra athlete on the floor. You can do more complex switches like what we're seeing here in the replay. They had 3 different turners in that last instance, and they did a multiple under with a frog happening at the same time. Again, you can't do that when you only have 3 people on the floor. You can't do things like a subway when you have 3 people on the floor. So often we'll see some higher flying acrobatics in these types of events.
That's right. And now welcoming Team Japan. We've seen some incredible things from our Japanese jumpers during this competition. Lots of fun. They incorporate a lot of dance and entertainment into this event in particular. And so get ready to have some fun and watch these girls in action. Just like this. That was a great helicopter release there. You'll notice that the ropes clung around the floor, and then just a seamless catch right into this fast footwork.
And fast footwork is deceptively difficult. That requires so much rhythm, especially when you're going from a slow pace of turning for the power skills right into a fast pace of turning for the speed stuff.
Right, and with 2 jumpers, that makes it even more difficult than usual. Nice dance moves there, getting the crowd involved. See, this is what I mean. Team Japan just brings the fun. They're dancing, but they're never really stopping the ropes. It's not like they're putting the ropes down and having a good time. They're figuring out how to incorporate our sport and incorporate dance in with it.
Now, they did run into a little trouble there with the drop handle, and that is a very difficult mistake to recover from in this sort of a routine, because you have to get back on rhythm, on timing with your music and your teammates. They did a nice job, and you can see they finished right on cue with the music, smiles on their faces, and of course, as Kaylee said, Team Japan is known for making their routines very fun.
Yes, so entertaining. Makes me want to be friends with these girls. Let them teach me some dance moves.
And one of the things the judges are looking for is that smoothness through the routine, right? So does it flow seamlessly from one thing to another? Are we seeing the arc of the ropes maintain a smooth position as it goes over the jumpers, despite the fact that they are doing difficult skills throughout?
Our team here from Belgium starting out with what's called a toe pitch, the move where you saw the one jumper kind of throw the other one into the back tuck. Pretty difficult and a great starting skill as well.
And again, toe pitches are a sort of hallmark of double Dutch pairs routines because you have that extra jumper involved.
Great tumbling passing. You know, I'm very impressed with that. They did what's called an inside round off, where the rope actually went under their hands and their feet right into a back handspring, and that is just much more difficult than it might look.
Wow, this sequence is so technical. The turning interaction, if you notice, the jumpers are doing skills, the turners are doing skills, and they faced away from the judges so the judges could truly appreciate the ropes being behind their backs and really see just how intricate that last sequence was. Yet again, another technical skill on the double Dutch pairs item here.
And those ropes are never losing their arc. As Joe mentioned, that does matter in their creativity score, and it just makes it that much more impressive, too. Oh, my goodness. These Turner interactions, definitely keep an eye as an audience member.
And they do get up difficulty score. It's sort of a multiplier when they do these interaction skills with each other and they flip each other around. Anytime they do that, it ups the ante on their difficulty. And boy, are they excited. Their coach is excited.
Yeah,
what
she sprinted
a great
out.
performance.
Sprinted out to them.
74. Station 1.
And you can see they just barely stayed inside the zone. The green tape there marks the edges. If they go out of that, they get a deduction. Of course, they were clean inside. They came right back up from that split. Great flexibility, a hand hop right into the assisted pitch.
And with a double under, too. I didn't notice that the first time I watched. And that's something we'll encourage you to do as an audience member. Go back, find the recordings, watch these routines. You can find instructions on how to get the recordings on ijru.sport. And every time you watch these routines, you'll catch something new.
Next on the floor, heat number 74. This is a team from Germany, an all-female team.
Again, watch these turners. They were just under their leg and behind their back. Good catch there. It looked like they had a little hiccup with the ropes. And so sometimes with these assisted flips, those hiccups with the rope can cause communication issues and it can be dangerous, but they did a good job of recovering.
Again, integrating some nice gymnastic and tumbling skills into this. That's a strong move where they did a hand hop there. They got the ropes under the hands, but then they had a mistake recovering from it. So they'll get credit for the first part of that skill, but not for the second part.
That's right, and the first part is the more difficult part, so they did get credit for the higher value piece.
And these ladies are showing some nice power skills requiring a lot of strength, a lot of upper body strength in particular to do things like that one-handed frog that we saw where they went up and held themselves in the air on one arm and then came down with the ropes passing under.
Right, and then now watching those turners, they're crossing and doing double unders during power moves. And double unders during power moves will garner them more points. It is also extremely risky because both ropes are trying to pass underneath the hands as the jumper is going upside down. A miss can happen quite easily on a skill like that. Great stack there, some interactive power tricks. And that was a quadruple under into that crab position where they're on the floor, one leg bent and one leg straight.
Here we go.
Something you'll see quite a bit in this competition.
Hong Kong on the floor now. Likely an acrobatic move to enter the ropes here, which is often a good use of the beginning when nothing's moving. You can really set yourself up for an acrobatic skill or interaction skill. And despite the trouble they ran into here on turning through that, they're getting right back on rhythm into an intricate switch where all four are on the floor and each of them has a handle of the rope. Again, that's called a wheel showcase, and what they're doing is trying to up their rope manipulation score on this particular routine.
Wow, watch these turners. They are not just turners, they are jumping, crossing behind their back and under their legs. When they are manipulating the rope and their bodies in that way, we call them restricted positions. So anytime an arm is behind the back, behind the knees, under the leg, it is restricted and is much more difficult to control the rope in that way. And they are rewarded for that in their difficulty score. So there's another restriction under the leg.
And notice how one of the turners had his arms crossed while turning. There's your subway that we've seen so much of. Again, another variation of that.
Sorry, ladies.
And a nice finish with a purposeful pose there at the end. And that's another thing that the judges are looking for, is at the very beginning of the routine and the very end of the routine, having something that's exciting, a little more than just standing there bowing and waving, something that gets some interaction involved. So here's that floor
Oh, my
sequence.
goodness.
So much power and strength and coordination to keep the ropes moving. Here they're transitioning in. You can see the subway skill once again. Now they're slowing the ropes down to make sure that they time it just right, because it's certainly harder to get yourself off the ground when you've got your hands and your feet that have to come up and come down at the same time, as opposed to just your feet.
That's right. Welcoming here from Team Canada, an all-female division team. Those handstands were known as frogs in our sport. So jumping up to your hands, the rope passes under, and coming down to your feet, the rope must pass under again to get full credit there.
Some multiples and then a switch, so the turner became a jumper, the jumper became a turner.
And there's another one of those interactive power skills and a quick switch. We're seeing some turning that is more regular turning, if you will. So no restricted arm positions, no wheel yet. And that's likely because these girls are wanting to make sure that they don't have a mistake in some of these power skills. Maybe some of these power skills are kind of at the top of their ability level. And so they're wanting to decrease the risk in that way.
And risk reward is a big part of how these routines are designed, right? So each of the jumpers has to make sure that the routine is aligned to what they're comfortable with doing, but also difficult enough that they're going to get the kind of score that they want.
That's right. Little click there of the ropes in the back into a nice ending for our ladies from Team Canada.
75.
Nice job. And you'll notice at the end, lots of hugs, lots of smiles. These jumpers really do become like family. These routines take hours upon hours of preparation, creation, and so these team members spend a lot of time together. There we go.
Seeing that wheel variation mixed into the routine.
Excellent job from our ladies. And we are about to have a team from Hong Kong, China take the floor.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
And their beginning pose here, again, very intentional there. They're going to start with multiples. You saw one of the turners released a handle, did a floater, caught it, and then began turning again. And look how intricate it is on the left side there. He's just moved through a big sequence. All of that will amplify their difficulty score.
Oh, double unders right into that one-arm frog. Oh, and a full. I don't think we've seen very much of that this competition at all.
We've not, and so it's exciting to see them integrating that, especially when you've got 4 athletes on the floor at once.
Right.
These are very athletic individuals.
A quick mistake there, so that will detract from their score in a deduction, but they're being smart about waiting until their music is right for the skill that they're about to do. It takes a lot of experience to be able to wait and be disciplined like that.
Again, they're catching the music cues, and that is part of what the presentation judges are looking for in these routines, is the ability to really choreograph it and time it right with the music.
You saw him there. He said, wait. And he's getting the crowd involved. That's what you want to do. If you're not jumping, you better be doing something.
There they go, back on cue with the music. Setting up for another interaction skill. And he did a nice, safe recovery on what was probably not what they planned, and yet he made it look good in the end. They're coming together here, of course, to give a final bow. Well done to Team Hong Kong. They showed some great creativity in spite of the challenges they ran into with some of the pauses in the routine. There's your full.
So backflip with a full twist right in the middle of it. And here's some of those risky power moves with the double unders, the quadruple unders under the leg for the turners. Excellent work. And a quick shot of their teammates there.
Here we go.
All right, next on the floor from Team Korea, an all-female team. Starting out with some multiples, and you notice that they jumped at different times and different heights. Sometimes that's intentional, sometimes it's not intentional, and you're just trying to squeak the rope under their feet before they land as a turner.
That's right. I'm pretty impressed that they pulled that one off.
I am too. nonetheless, a nice set of power skills there. Again, great turning on this.
There's that Turner jumper exchange where it has to be so precise to make everything work perfectly. And you'll see them kind of reset. Right back into some backwards turning. So the ropes are moving in the reverse direction of their usual direction. No extra points for that in particular. However, it is a nice touch for creativity and interest.
Now, once again, they've got a 12 by 12 meter or 40 by 40 foot roughly area, and that you'll see on your screen outlined in the green tape. And despite the fact that they have 4 athletes on the floor, they're going to try to spread out, cover all sort of the quadrants of the floor that they're on to ensure that they've got a nice dynamic routine that adds to their presentation score. It looks like they're going to wrap up there. They sort of communicated and knew, okay, we had some trouble on that last skill, so we're going to go ahead and cut it right here, give a bow, and take the score that we've got.
2-3-2-8 from Belgium. Lode, Casper, Jelle, and Matthias.
Seeing here now some of that interactive power. It takes so much strength to pull things like that off. And you'll notice that one of the athletes put her weight on the other one while she was in a push-up position, and she still had to jump over the rope.
And there you saw she did kind of a bunny hop as soon as she landed just to get back on time with her partner. It takes a lot of practice to know just how to do that and get your body on time and on rhythm to make that happen and be in sync with the ropes as they turn. And of course that means that the turners also have to be watching and understanding, hey, this jumper's coming a little higher than normal. I need to slow the rope down or speed it up. And all of that comes from a lot of practice and experience.
It does. And right into a a dynamic sequence. That was going to be a variation there of a subway where he actually bounces on his back while traveling underneath the other partner in a push-up position.
And this team, all male from Belgium. So far, they've shown us a lot of power in spite of the fact they've had to reset a couple of times. There's a traveler skill where they all come together and one person turns the rope over all the rest of the members. You saw the multiple under skill with one of the turners having an arm restricted under a leg. That will add to their difficulty.
Oh, man. Yep, so see restrictions there happening in a wheel style formation along with power moves and double unders. I mean, they're combining 4 different elements in one skill. So their difficulty will reflect that, and it's also going to just impress those judges. And so their presentation and creativity, choreography scores will probably benefit from it as well.
Again, there's your subway variation that we're going to continue seeing throughout this event. Some nice gymnastics included in here.
Oh, another double under in the middle of a difficult power sequence. Belgium has really been impressing me with just the level of technicality that they've shown, and they've been able to pull it off beautifully.
You know, it's really true. Belgium is such a mature country in terms of jump rope or rope skipping, as it's called in Belgium, and they really do have a lot of experience with training on not just the high-flying skills, but the intricacies of turning, the intricacies of the rope manipulations, the technicalities of how do you turn like you're seeing on this replay with your arm under a leg while your jumpers are on the floor, slowing the ropes down, speeding them up. It's a highly technical team, and they're staying just in bounds here so they don't get a deduction for that.
That's right. Welcoming now our ladies from Australia. Australia known for their musicality. They spend a lot of time selecting music and really trying to hit every beat. And we're seeing that already. They're kind of fitting the feel of the music with these skills.
Again, they have to know exactly when to time each event so they are in rhythm with each other. And even which rope that they put their arm down on matters. And so there is actually a proper way to do a skill like a frog, like we're just seeing. And you can do the frog on the rope that makes it easy to turn or the rope that makes it hard to turn. Both are possible. One's a little easier to do.
Right. Another risk-reward thing there, you know, like we talked about earlier. Nice buddy frog and push-up there, putting their weight on each other, making it that much more difficult to complete those skills.
And again, the partner interaction skills are going to enhance their score here, so that does add to the difficulty. Not only does it also adds to the presentation because it improves their creativity, and oftentimes that's how you surprise the judges. And the wow factor really is a big part of these routines.
It certainly is, and that was a great job from Team Australia. And they are just eating it up, loving every minute of that. You know, Joe, those are the moments that you work for as an athlete. I'm sure you have memories of that feeling when you've worked for years on a routine maybe, and then you just hit it. It's such an incredible feeling.
It really is, and sometimes it's just taking that big sigh of relief and then realizing that, you know what, I've done this a million times in my practice gym, but now here I am on the floor at a national or a world championship, and I've done it when I needed to. Now, I say all that and know that this is the preliminary round.
That's
so
right.
What they're trying to do is, in fact, get their score in the top 6. And the top 6 placers will go to the finals. Again, that's happening tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday in this 8-day tournament. And so we will hope to see, of course, many of these same athletes perform in the same clean way that they've done today in the finals for that shot at the true world champion title.
That's right. So, yeah, not only do they need to do it once, but they have to be consistent, right? And you think there's pressure now, and there is. This is a world stage. But at the finals, it's going to look a lot different in here. Our lights are going to be off. It's going to be a production. The more people in the crowd. And so the pressure is even higher than it is right now. A real test for these athletes, but I know that they're up for it, and I honestly know that they're going to have so much fun in that environment as well.
That's right, and right now the judges are getting reset, so of course the judging panel has to quickly score each routine based on the set of rules, and of course if you're interested in that, you can find it at ijru.sport. You can download the rule books if you'd like to follow along there. And so as we get reset, we are welcoming this team from Canada.
Starting off in a wheel formation there. Something you don't see all the time. A little bit more risky, but they pulled it off. Great hand hop. Again, bouncing on their hands. The rope must go underneath the hands, and then they come back down to their feet, again passing over the ropes.
And here's that subway variation into a crab. They rolled over, got up, flipped out of the ropes, and so now the 2 turners became the 2 jumpers. And of course, when you have 4 athletes on the floor, each of you are going to have different individual strengths. So when you make your routine, you try to design it in such a way that plays on some of those strengths. So you've got some of your power jumpers who may be doing more of the work on the floor, some of your high-flying jumpers who may be in for more of the multiples, and then of course, the better turners you want on the more technical turning component. So it really does require some thought as you put the routine together.
It certainly does. And everyone strives to be a very well-rounded athlete, a great turner, a great jumper, but the reality is that everyone does have their strengths. Great job here from Team Canada. Excellent things in that routine. They did run into a little bit of trouble, but you could see what they had planned, and it was a highly difficult routine.
And when we do see mistakes, it does deduct from their score by 2.5%, right? So for each one of those times when the rope fully stops unintentionally, or say a handle is dropped, they get a deduction for that. And so not only is there a deduction for it, but then of course the presentation score can be detracted from as well, because it's not as smooth, it's not as flowing. You have a break in the timing. Sometimes you'll get off rhythm with the music. And so it really is an instance where you're aspiring to a clean routine all the way through, or you're having deliberate points where you know as a team how to reset after a mistake.
Welcoming now from Hong Kong, China, an all-male team. We're seeing some great rhythm already, playing to the beat of the music. Going to move into, a very interesting variation of a leapfrog there, where they kind of move the ropes out of the way very quickly as the boys landed.
Nice slow. So they went halftime on that subway variation.
Yeah, they were trying to catch the beat, and it worked. It was very effective choreography. And you'll notice they're turning backwards here. Slightly more difficult, typically, than turning forwards. Just maybe more unfamiliar for these athletes. And now see they're crossing their arms as they turn, going underneath the leg. And you'll notice they're crossing, coming out, crossing, coming out. That is because if you just remain in the same position for multiple jumps at a time, it only counts for added difficulty on the first jump. So they want to keep switching their position as a turner.
Looks like they're resetting now. And they knew when their music was ending, so they wanted to finish with that final pose.
That's right. A nice job here from Team Hong Kong.
And you'll notice that most of the teams are using beaded ropes, so the ropes are plastic beads. Those tend to hold their shape a little better. When they hit the floor, their bounce kind of gets absorbed. And so that can be nice so that you can get them under the hands like you're seeing here. You can slide it right under without the jumpers having to get very high off the floor, which is important for some of those power skills.
So you're seeing now a all-female team from Germany. And it looks like they're waiting a little bit on the tabulation or the judges to get set before these ladies are ready to go. And Joe, this moment right here where you're just sitting there waiting, you don't know if you're going to be waiting for 10 seconds or 5 minutes. The nerves are just high, and you are doing everything that you can to keep yourself mentally in the game and kind of calm yourself down. You'll see some teams telling jokes, dancing out there, keeping their minds off of things, and then you'll see other teams like this breathing, kind of internal, running through things in their head and dealing with the pressure in their own way.
I do remember as a competitor, whenever we had a pause before we started, we were standing on the floor, we would often do the joke route, right?
Yeah,
we would look at each other, we'd kind of laugh, we'd sort of smile, try to just keep our nerves down, and you saw some of these athletes sort of wiping their palms on their uniforms there. I remember doing that many times, right? Because you, of course, don't want yourself to get too sort of loose when it comes to focusing on the way you're going to start your routine.
Oh, that's right.
So as they're getting set to begin here, the judging panel, of course, includes a number of judges. Some of them are looking specifically for the difficulty elements of the routine, while others are looking for the presentation elements, and then others are looking for the required elements. So basically, there has to be a certain number of things that happen in a routine that include multiples, that include power in gymnastics, that includes rope manipulation, which can, in fact, include handle releases. And then they're also looking for things like interaction. So what we've talked about already with the subway and with the assisted flips that they're doing with each other, all of that adds up and gets formulated into their final score.
That's right. And speaking of that interactive piece, it's not just the jumpers inside the rope, right? It's the jumpers with the turners with the jumpers. So really keep an eye on that and notice these handle switches and notice how every single athlete is involved in pretty much every aspect of this routine. So that entry, pretty risky. They were entering already with a restricted position. It looks like they tried it again and got it right on par.
Integrated a nice worm move there.
Always love a good worm. And so these clicks of the rope causing a miss and just showing you how difficult it truly is to turn with your arms crossed. And a great job of turning there, dragging the ropes on the floor and making sure that they get underneath the jumpers.
And that can be so difficult, particularly with beaded ropes, because if those ropes touch each other even a little bit, those beads can catch, and then that can cause a mistake to happen in the routine. So they have to be very careful as turners to keep the ropes separated, despite the fact that they have to get low and turn wide for a lot of these big tricks.
Right, and so a great sequence there. Another big power sequence with turner involvement, and this is known as a wheel formation. You'll notice the ropes kind of crossed.
Integrating power into wheel. Their difficulty score will be plussed up for that. There's your rope release right into another wheel with power involved. A great way to end the routine for these ladies in spite of some trouble at the very beginning.
Yes. And you don't often see a rope release like that where the rope flies across the floor because these ropes are quite long, often about 14 to 16 feet long. And so to control it as it's flying through the air takes a lot of skill.
That's right. And here's the switch. You can see how intricate this is, the technicality on some of the turning. Here's integrating the gymnastics with the rope release. She's going to catch it, bring it under into a wheel, one-handed frog, and finishing nicely. Well done.
Excellent job. Excellent finish from Team Germany. We'll see some athletes here from Team Korea.
Everyone ready?
Another country that I've been so impressed with during this competition. I knew them originally as a speed team, but they are showing us that they are everything. Speed, freestyle, double dutch, single rope. They can do it all.
And it's been fun to see a lot of these teams that have traditionally been specialists in
Yes.
certain elements of jump rope or double dutch come out in this competition and show us how diverse their skills have become, how much they've developed over the last couple of years. Korea is no exception to that.
Absolutely.
expecting a pitch here. There it is.
Oh, and right into another front flip. Very difficult to throw an athlete into a flip and then on the very next beat, flip yourself.
There's a nice chip together. And of
Oh,
course,
a great
good
save.
timing, good save.
A great save. And I like how they pulled the rope straight like that. It adds a level, just a dimension, a level of creativity and choreography. Nice power sequence there. And you'll notice a little turner involvement right before the next athlete got into the ropes. That does increase their difficulty score, so they're trying to make use of every second that they have. They only have 75 seconds to wow the crowd, impress the judges, and garner as many difficulty points as possible.
And as they do the power, you'll notice that the turners are squatting down toward the ground. They're going to keep those ropes as low as they can, and then they're going to stand back up for normal turning. That's one of the challenges with pulling off a routine like this, is you have to be able to adjust your body to not only match your jumpers, but then to match the ropes and the way that the rhythm needs to happen so they don't lose momentum and then ultimately lose their shape.
Right, and so this turning that you're seeing right here is what Joe's talking about. We call that drag turning, where they're basically touching the floor with their handles and dragging the rope on the floor. A very important skill, and there's another variation of that subway. Very nice.
And I would be surprised if we don't see some form of a subway in every routine that we see this afternoon.
It's actually a good point. It's so popular. And so you'll notice those jumpers were next to each other and kind of parallel to the ropes in that frog. That is probably the most difficult way that they can do that frog, because the rope has to cover so much distance to cover both athletes in that formation.
And this is heat number 80 with a team on the floor from Hungary.
Nice reset there, right back into the action. Notice the turners are crossed there. Oh, one of my favorite variations of a subway. You'll notice the top jumper actually did a back bend, jumped the rope in the back bend, and as she flipped back over into the push-up.
And I'll point out the ropes are turning backwards. So counter to what they normally turn when you turn toward the inside of your body, they were turning the ropes toward the outside of their body just to make it that much more challenging.
And so her arm was restricted behind her back. That's what caused that little click. Just trying to get out of that restriction can be very tricky.
There's this movement, a nice assisted aerial,
Yeah,
down
that was
into a
smooth.
push-up, a stack. Again, they are moving through these stops in the rope pretty well. They're keeping it smooth, and then, of course, the finish here.
Right, and Joe, you mentioned this earlier. These athletes really practice the misses. Not only do you need to practice the routine and practice getting it clean, but you have to practice how you're going to recover from the misses. And here's that great back bend. You'll notice she's jumping in, jumping out.
Now, I know someone else who's done quite a few of those particular back bends. Kaylee is known for that particular skill and doing it so elegantly in the subway style of jumping. Kaylee, what does it take to pull that kind of a skill off?
Well, you know, it takes a lot of flexibility, clearly, and also just upper body strength. You've got to be strong to do that one. And so here we're seeing our double Dutch pairs freestyle preliminary standings for the female division. In first place with a 10.2, excuse me, a 10.5, and very close to second place with a 9.9. Neck and neck with these ladies.
All right, next on the floor, we've got Team Korea, another all-male team, which is exciting to see. Wow, the power required to pull that off is just amazing. One jumper on his back, holding the ankles of the other one up in the air. That looks like an unintentional rope drop there. They are recovering quickly, but what a power sequence that preceded that.
Oh, and a great dive roll. That takes a lot of spacing there to make sure that the ropes don't catch on the jumper that's actually diving over.
Excuse me, we've moved into the mixed gender division now. I think we've wrapped up some of the other divisions.
Some of these subway variations are great. There's that back bounce subway that we saw earlier. Earlier, the team actually missed on it, but that was clean.
Yeah, so far, a very powerful routine from this team from Korea.
Yeah, this is extremely impressive. Those hand hops rotating, so difficult to control the body.
And time it with the other jumper being down on her hands and feet in a push-up.
Right.
Now here's your multiples, and multiples are deceptively difficult to pull off when you have especially long ropes for a double Dutch pairs routine. They don't always look that difficult when you're watching it, but to turn it and time it and keep anything from clicking. We talked before about how these are beaded ropes that they touch, then they can stop. And here we're going to see a replay of that incredible power sequence.
Oh, so much core strength. And he's bouncing on his back while he's holding him.
And look just how the turners are getting the ropes just under his body.
Oh, and that jump through. Did you see her jump through the ropes there?
That was incredible. I have not seen that, especially not in the midst of a subway happening. And she's still on one leg now, balancing.
I don't even know if I can balance in that position without turning ropes.
I don't know that I could. It's incredible to see.
Welcoming now from Team France, an all-female group. And this is a powerful group. I know that from watching their earlier routines in this competition. So I'm excited to see what they do all together. Some great power there, rotating in that push-up. And every time she rotates, that's actually an additional point there for difficulty.
We call that a turntable.
Right. Oh, a nice worm there, a little variation.
And she just checked over her shoulder to make sure she doesn't step out of bounds. The turner's aware of where she is.
And if they do step outside of the bounds, nothing that's done with one jumper outside of the bounds actually counts.
So the judges will actually stop scoring the routine until they move back in bounds.
Those were quadruple unders that you just saw, 4 times under.
Switching out some jumper interaction. There's a stack with the feet on the other jumper's back. Now they're doing an arm cross frog. Getting their timing back on, coordinating there. Good call from the ladies to prevent a miss and a nice finish.
Excellent job from Team France.
Team 81.
There were some impressive power skills in that routine. Just great interaction, great control, and great experience that they showed. Another back bounce subway.
And of course, the turning required to do that is almost as impressive as the jumping required to do that, because the jumpers, of course, have to train their bodies to be able to get off the ground, but the turners have to get that rope into a very tight window to prevent any kind of mistake from happening. I can say from experience, and of course Kaylee can too, that what's required to pull that off is just a tremendous amount of timing and rhythm with your teammates, and that really comes from practice.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, anytime I was putting together a double Dutch team, I always looked for good turners, because at the end of the day, you can have 4 great jumpers, but if you can't control the ropes, then nothing else matters. You know, you can't get the ropes around the great tricks. Getting the crowd involved with those claps. And so, again, they're in this kind of parallel next to each other type of position, making it that much more difficult to get the ropes around. But they did it beautifully. Oh, very interesting interactive skill there.
Almost a back handspring over a push-up.
Yeah, and then caught the ropes caught it right at the end perfectly.
So showing some nice interactive creativity among the jumpers here. There's a kip, and one of the jumpers wasn't quite able to make it. His timing might have been a little bit off, but they have recovered very quickly here. Setting up for another interaction skill, and probably a smart move there.
And again, just recovering so quickly, not missing a beat, and staying on time to their music as well. They'll move now into a wheel formation. Again, the ropes are kind of crossed. The the turners are jumping along with turning the ropes, doing double duty there.
And because this routine is choreographed to the music, what they're doing is waiting for the right cue to get back in rhythm. Some backwards turning and power skills, and finishing strong.
Great, and their country looks happy about that.
Team Hong Kong, nice job.
Excellent work. There were some really creative moments there, like this one. Oh yeah, just a back handspring, back walkover, and then a perfect timing with the ropes. This is known as a destroyer flip. It's a pretty common partner skill that you'll see in double Dutch pairs.
Some nice job. I'm sure they're happy that they got to show off some of those really creative skills. And of course, they've got their country in the stands supporting them. And again, they are hoping to earn a qualifying spot in the top 6 to go to the finals, where they have a shot at the title of world champion. Now, next on the floor is heat number 82, and this is an all-female team, also from Hong Kong, China.
So I'll remind you that our competition started 6 days ago. This is day 6. We started with our International Open tournament, then into our Junior World Championships, where athletes needed to be under 16 years old, and now this is our Senior World Championships. So these athletes have been at it for a long time, still going strong. Great rhythm changes there, and a floater. If you caught it, she just barely let go of her handle as a turner, let it float into the air, and then snatched it back again and got it under her jumpers. A little bit of trouble there, but they'll reset here. And so that's a risk that you run into, right, Joe? Anytime you have a mistake in a double Dutch pairs routine, you've got to get 4 athletes back on the same page so quickly, and it can lead to kind of a series of mistakes like that. But it looks like these girls have now gotten back into the groove.
That's right. Once they get back in rhythm, it does help to have music involved, because that almost gives you an audio cue to know exactly where and how to start. So a choreographed routine can be an advantage in this case.
Yeah, it kind of anchors everyone to the same rhythm.
Now they are turning backwards, so opposite of what you would typically turn double Dutch ropes here. Again, that's a subtlety that can be missed, but the judges, of course, are looking for things like that. Some power skills, looks like some creativity coming, and a nice rope formation there to end the routine with the music.
Great job. Their
teammates are behind them.
Yes.
Station 2.
Great job from Team Hong Kong.
From Germany, Anna Maria, Simon, Fabio, and Felix.
There's that rhythm change with the floater. You notice the handle kind of fly into the air, and they caught that into the next skill, which means that they did get difficulty credit for that portion before they made that mistake later on. So that is a good thing for them. And what I always say is, you know, if you're going to make a mistake, although frustrating, it's best to make a mistake on something really easy, because then you're not giving up that difficulty credit on something that's difficult. And Team Germany now looks like they are setting up for a toe pitch to start off their routine. There we go. Toe pitch, kind of throwing that athlete into the backflip right into a subway variation.
This is an experienced team. Many of these athletes we have seen for many years at different international tournaments.
Yes.
And through the switches here, they're now moving into that subway formation with some forearm push-ups involved in that. Again, a subtlety that the judges will notice, even if it can be difficult to catch in the speed of the routine here.
A great buddy frog there. Looks like the ropes got a little too tight because the turners were trying to jump them as well as turn.
Nice aerial with a frog sequence here. Again, a powerful team. They've got a lot of upper body strength to be able to pull off some of these skills. We're seeing a lot of turning technicality here, which does make it more difficult because it shortens the rope oftentimes when you're restricting one of the turning arms, so the jumpers have to be in exactly the right place.
That's right. So timing and spacing really is so important in this event. The margin for error is basically 0.
That's right. Some nice turning there to get the ropes just sliding under their feet. A few mistakes in that routine, but they did show us some nice skills, particularly toward the beginning. And so we'll see how their score comes out at the end. Again, it's been difficult to pull off a clean routine here so far in this event. And so, again, the whole field has had some challenge, and that might, in fact, create some advantages for the teams who are using these more difficult skills.
That's right. That's a great point. And, you know, you talked about how experienced those athletes are, and we'll come back to that point right here after the preliminary standings for the male division. We have, it looks like, Belgium in the top spot by a landslide, 29.86. Great job to Belgium. Here we have Team Australia, an all-female team, showing us great control here. And Australia, if you remember, is known for their musicality, also known for being very well prepared for these competitions.
That's right. You can see them communicating with each other as they move into some of these sequences where they move across the floor. Nice interaction skill there. And again, with the trick with a handle drop like this is to try to get them untangled as quickly as you can try not to have the beads catch each other. And she's doing exactly what we would advise a jumper to do in this kind of a situation. Get the crowd involved, try to keep smiling, and get back on rhythm with the routine.
That's right. And remember that their score is comprised of not only difficulty, but also presentation and creativity. And so those little touches of getting the crowd back involved, even while a miss is happening, can make a difference in that presentation score. And they're pulling it back together here, and looks like another little tangle. Those ropes were crossed. The arms were crossed, and that just caused the ropes to click. And as Joe mentioned earlier, it's very difficult with these beaded ropes to pull them out from each other after a click like that occurs, because the beads can actually catch on each other.
Here you see them doing some of that floor work. Now she's going to switch out with the turner, do that sort of reverse leapfrog. And again, those interaction skills do represent something that the judges are looking for in this sort of event. And so, Kaylee, when you think about choreographing a routine that involves 4 athletes on the floor, what are some of the things that you think about as you prepare that kind of a routine?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, we always started out with our power sequences. So we would figure out, okay, who jumps really well together? Who should we create sequences with? So maybe, you know, if Joe and I are paired together, we would work outside the ropes to create that sequence. And then once you can do it, now we start talking to our turners, like, okay, what really crazy rope manipulation might you be able to do while we're flipping around and doing all of our fun stuff? And so it's kind of I'd like to think of it as Legos. You're just stacking things on top of each other to make this piece of art, if you will.
So mix the shapes, mix the colors, make it fun, right?
Yeah, make it fun and difficult, right? Because fun without difficulty doesn't do so well in this high-level competition. But also, difficulty without fun is just no fun.
Once again, we are here at the World Jump Rope Championships 2023. We've got 25 countries represented. And next up in the Double Dutch Pair Freestyle event is heat number 83 with Team Korea.
And a great save there. You saw the ropes kind of catch on the jumper, but they pulled it out, and so that'll be marginal. I'm not sure if it'll count as a full missed deduction.
It might just impact their presentation score. So they may not have a deduction, but it might not score as high as it could. Wow, a nice shoot through subway while one of the jumpers actually had the rope in his hand.
Very difficult to pull off, and it looks easy for them.
And they're all the way on in the back quadrant of the floor, so I would guess that they're going to move forward here at some point, so we should see some dynamic movement here.
Yeah, maybe with some gymnastics, I would assume. That was a very, nice. Great partner interaction there. Kind of holding hands while one person does a one-arm frog. And kind of working, I think, to get their rhythm back. Sometimes after a mistake, it's very difficult to get that rhythm back.
Here's the multiple sequence with the turner interaction. And there's that forward movement.
There we go. Some great power moves from our ladies while the guys take over the ropes. And a nice ending. Great job from Team Korea.
Station 1. 2, 2,
and so if you are just joining us, we are live here from Colorado Springs, Colorado. We are at the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships, where we have 1,200 athletes here from 25 countries. And this represents the largest gathering of jump rope athletes ever in the history of our sport. And it's very exciting to see all of these countries competing against one another and taking our sport to the next level.
Here we go.
Now next on the floor is a team from the United States. This is heat number 84.
Starting out with a little bit of fun. Maybe relax their nerves and get the audience involved. And so you see some drag turning there from our turners as they kind of go down. Yes, some back bounce subway variations there.
And one of the things that's important on something like this is to ensure that the turners are the right distance away from each other so the ropes aren't too tight but also not too loose. They did a nice job there. Great timing on that leapfrog while doing a wheel switch.
There we go. And so they switched those ropes back and got them ready to turn again pretty quickly. Those ropes can tangle around each other and kind of wrap around each other if they miss in that wheel formation. Nice multiple under sequence. Some quadruple unders, some triple unders. Pulled off flawlessly. Some backwards turning there with an interactive power move. Looks like that could have been a miss, but they pulled it out.
They recovered well. Another switch with some alternating frogs facing opposite directions, coming together, and a finish.
Nice job from the ladies from Team USA.
Team 84, Station 2.
And one thing that we notice in these routines is that variation of pace. So in this replay, you're seeing a nice slow pace, just getting the ropes right under the jumpers. There's a very short window to move those ropes. And then here again, we're seeing more power skills requiring a lot of upper body strength and timing with your turners. And when they switch and do the multiple unders, so they're turning the ropes under the feet more than one time before the jumpers land, they have to adapt between getting low to the ground, turning slow, dragging the ropes, and then standing up tall, backing up perhaps a little bit as a turner, and then really spinning the ropes as quickly as they can.
Ready?
Right, it takes finesse. Those ropes pretty much need to be a part of your body. You have to know exactly where they are at all times. And welcoming now a mixed division team from the USA. Another team that is known for their power moves and their gymnastics as well. A nice kip up there. Pretty tricky to time with two people inside of your double Dutch rope. Oh, and here's another variation of that subway all the way through there in a wheel formation while one of the jumpers had a rope. Great
she did
recovery.
A leapfrog, landed on the back, got on her feet, and then had a pitch forward. She's doing another subway variation, just pulling it off.
Oh, and you see those ropes just scooped the top jumper while they did not scoop the jumper in the push-up. Very tricky spacing there.
Tricky spacing and great turning catch on that last sequence that they did.
Great front flip there and a pretty creative turner jumper exchange. Turners kind of leaped over the jumpers there. Oh, that was known as a shoemaker, where she kind of did the push-up and spun over her partner, created by Brian Shu. And an excellent job from Team USA.
And you notice that they finished their pose the same way they began in their pose. Those are the little things that the presentation judges will be looking for to try to boost that score. There's that kip where they just get the rope under the feet, right into a switch. You can see them setting up. Here's another sort of on the back subway, standing on the back, jumping over with multiples turning. Again, we see a great ability to control the ropes through the variations of speed between fast and slow turning.
That's right. And, you know, I mentioned before, sometimes we miss things when we watch it the first time through. So watching the routine multiple times, you'll find something new every single time, and that speaks to the level of our judges. They train hours to be able to catch everything the first time that they watch these routines. Wow, a behind the back cross while these turners are turning the ropes and controlling them. So impressive there.
Team Hong Kong playing with the judges a little bit, which is often rewarded on the presentation side, of course. They've got to be able to ensure that they're keeping the rhythm going in the routine while they do that.
And you just saw her clapping while they had missed, trying to get the audience back into it. Some of that comes because a lot of these teams not only compete, but they do performances around their country and even around the world. So they're no stranger to trying to get an audience involved with their routine.
And frankly, learning how to perform under pressure.
Yes.
Even as we see some of these skills coming together now that are very technical with the multiples coming under the power. There's a stack on the floor. Here's a switch, a double switch here.
Very fast.
Moving through. Nice pace variation. There's the aerial into the push-ups. Couldn't quite get the ropes as wide as they needed to be to get under, but they were toward the finish and went ahead and gave the bow.
Team 85. Station
Great job
2,
there from our ladies
4, 6,
from Team
3,
Hong Kong.
7 from Australia.
A great representation.
Ruth, Belle, Ben, and Emma.
You see there the rope control to turn them one direction, stop them, and then reverse them so quickly into a big multiple under, landing in that crab position. Another direction change. Great control there. Those direction changes that you see, those always made me nervous as an athlete, because if the rope moves too high or too fast during that direction change, then you have no chance of making a clean transition to the other direction.
Next on the floor, heat number 85. This is a team from Australia.
And we have some very experienced jumpers and very decorated jumpers here, particularly in the middle. Luke Boone and Ben Cooper, some of the most decorated athletes in our sport. And they're actually working with a new team this year as well. They've had the same team for as long as I can remember in the sport, and these are 2 new teammates. And when I've talked to Luke, he has said that it's been going phenomenally well with these new ladies.
Seeing some power skills right into gymnastic skills. They're switching in and out again, trying to move through these very technical switches and keep it clean.
Great one-arm frog landing a crab there. And every time you see a power skill done on one arm versus 2 arms, the difficulty is a little bit higher for that one-arm variation.
Again, using the music to their advantage, trying to stay on cue with it, and then also trying to surprise the judges throughout with small accents in the routine. The little details is something that Australia is so good at infusing into their choreography.
There we go. And it looks like a little hiccup there, and they decided that that was a good place to end it. Again, probably a wise choice, born out of experience, just knowing that it's better to end it earlier rather than causing another mistake by rushing back in.
There's some of that power, the stack over a push-up, the stack over a split. Again, more of those power skills where they're on their hands and feet. Look at the turning. Just excellent job keeping the ropes just wide enough to get around the jumpers while also maintaining that shape and that nice arc of the rope.
Right. And you see their coach there, Cindy Barker. She is a veteran coach in the sport.
Everyone ready?
Coached a lot of champion athletes.
Here we go.
And welcoming now to the floor, Team Hong Kong with an all-female group.
And Hong Kong came to this tournament in force. 181 athletes in their contingent at different ages and divisions of the sport here, and it's just exciting to see how fast it's growing in Hong Kong.
It is, you know, and we talk about the different ages. These athletes competing in the Senior World Championships, they need at least one of their teammates to be 16 or older. But you often do see mixed ages within these teams, right? Some younger, some older, and that is very exciting to see the older generation mentoring the newer generation, a way that our sport continues to grow and develop. There we go, back into the rhythm there with some power and turner involvement. Everyone was involved in that crowd there.
Into a nice switch. You saw that one-handed assisted push-up there, or a buddy push-up into a multiple. That was a quad, so 4 times under their feet.
Nice assisted aerial there.
Reversing direction of the rope and doing a backwards quad gave them a little bit of trouble, and they knew where their finish was, so they went ahead and closed it out.
Great job there from Team Hong Kong. And so one thing as an audience member to watch for during some of these high-flying gymnastics moves and the interactions, you want to watch for, is the rope actually passing underneath the athlete's feet on the most difficult part of the interaction? If so for example, during the flip or during the leapfrog, if so, they do get additional difficulty points for that versus doing the skill and maybe catching just the landing, etc.
Now, sometimes if a skill is too difficult to pull off that way, turners will do what's called a stall. So they'll hold the ropes and sort of delay it before pulling it under to give the jumpers a chance to get back on rhythm. Again, they won't get as high of a difficulty score for a stall, but they can still pull it off clean, and it can look good, be great for presentation.
That's right. Some double unders there happening during that power sequence. Those doubles are tricky because they have to occur fast, and then the ropes have to slow down very quickly to allow the athletes to land inside.
Team Belgium very coordinated, and you notice the little details like the hands behind the back. You can tell that's intentional. You can tell they thought about those little things to make the presentation that much stronger. I appreciate that as a former athlete myself, because it means that they know their routine well enough to be able to control their bodies the way they need to.
Right, and it looks more refined that way. So they're communicating there. Very smart to not rush back in. And here they are playing with the rhythm of the music again. Another buddy frog right into what I call a stack there with the push-up and the frog over the top.
The one-handed frogs, the multiples under the power skills. Here's a wheel sequence. Again, the timing has to be right on.
Oh, that TS. The TS is the behind-the-back cross that you saw from the Turner. So difficult to pull off.
And notice how long the handles are on those beaded ropes. That allows the turners to get those ropes crossed just a little bit easier. It gives them a few inches of length extra, and that can sometimes be the difference maker between a mistake and a clean pass.
And a great job there from Team Belgium. And as Joe mentioned earlier, jump rope has a storied history in Belgium. A lot of very experienced athletes, and it does show on the floor. And welcoming now here from Team Australia, starting off right into a restricted position with this turning, a little bit slower pace, but that might be a smart move because it might help them to be just that much cleaner.
That's right, and what we see is different styles from individual teams, but then also from countries themselves. And so Australia being a team known more for the musicality, if they have a slower song, they'll probably slow it down. If they have a faster song, they'll probably speed it up. And I think that all just enhances the presentation of the routine.
A nice recovery there, kind of backing out of the ropes as she started to notice them tangling, avoiding maybe a full-on mistake there.
Again, notice the turner's arms are crossed while they're doing these power sequences.
Another great leapfrog. That interactive portion, remember, is a required element. We need to see these jumpers interacting and becoming turners, turners becoming jumpers. All of that interaction is required.
Nice subway there, as expected. There's the multiples. And a nice finish. That was a pretty clean routine from Australia. Again, we saw a slower pace with that, but that might have helped them be able to pull off some of those more technical skills throughout the routine.
Right, sometimes a smart move. And, you know, it takes discipline as an athlete to recognize that. Because they probably, you know, saw some of their other teammates potentially with faster, denser routines. But in this case, I do believe it pulled off. So well done, ladies.
They're certainly going to be happy with that performance. They did a nice job, and Australia has around 95, 96 athletes represented here over this week, competing in different events. Next up is Team Canada on heat number 87. You see them starting in a sort of variation of the typical formation where they're all spread apart, and they're starting in that sort of wheel.
And so it looks like the rhythm kind of got off a little bit. The ropes needed to be alternating perfectly in order for that switch to happen. It looks like the rhythm got off, but they're back in it now in a standard double Dutch formation. And so anytime the ropes do a different formation other than double Dutch, it can actually add to the difficulty score, particularly in cases with like a wheel formation where you see the turners actually jumping the rope as well.
Again, getting low to the ground to make sure those ropes slide. And one of the things the turners are always trying to avoid are rope bounces. So you don't want to slam those beads into the floor so hard that it bounces up and actually hits the jumpers in the feet or in the hands. It's a very precise kind of movement you have to do to keep that smooth.
Right. And that's difficult, especially under pressure when every bone in your body is just excited and wanting to do everything a little extra. You've got to restrain it and dial it back a little bit.
A nice one-handed leapfrog over her partner in the ropes. There's a restricted turning skill on the right. Now they're doing multiples, and they are wrapping up here. They might have got a little off timing with their music, but nonetheless they were able to finish and now making their way off the floor.
That's right. And here you see that replay of the hand hop. Again, very difficult to hop on your hands, allow the rope to go underneath your hands, and keep your timing and your balance to then successfully land that skill as well on your feet. And you see her kind of holding her hand. That could be from a variety of things, but I know one thing that happens quite often is that when doing the push-ups and the handstand positions, you land on the beads of the rope. And that might not sound too bad, but man, I'm telling you, it hurts really, really bad, and it can pop blood vessels, the whole nine.
When your entire body weight is resting on two hands and they land on a bead, on the edge of a bead on the ground, it can pinch.
Not ideal. Welcoming to the floor, we have Team USA, a powerhouse team of female athletes here, and that was a extremely difficult variation of a subway with both turners jumping the ropes.
Wow, great power, and notice the pace. They're doing these power skills, but they're moving quickly as well. The Turner exchange there, she saved what could have been a mistake.
Yep.
And you notice there might be a little bit of a bead tangle in their ropes, and they're just continuing to turn through it. They're on the right side. You have to ignore those things and just make it work as you work into the routine.
A great power sequence there. So much upper body strength and core to be able to maneuver around your partner and keep yourself upright and on rhythm while you're on your hands. Little handle switch there from the Turner on the left into some elbow frogs and hand hops. Excuse me, elbow push-ups and hand hops.
Wow, great turning.
And she said, sorry, didn't mean to run into you. Now they're into a pinwheel formation.
A nice finish. Again, that's some of the more impressive power and sort of upper body skills that we've seen out of the all-female teams here so far in this competition. And what's especially impressive to me is just how quickly they were doing some of those things. It wasn't a slow routine. It was a fast routine. You see them holding hands while pulling that off. The Turner flipped around and kept the ropes moving in time. Arms crossed.
Handle switching. I mean, there was not a simple part of that routine, I don't think. Not one beat.
You're right.
Everyone ready?
And so Joe mentioned that they moved at a faster pace. That is important because their score is largely based off of a sum of the difficulty scores for each skill done. So the more skills, the higher potential score that these athletes can get. And notice the Turner on the right and really on the left, all of the involvement, the different things they're doing with their bodies. More difficult to control the ropes in those situations.
And this is Team Hong Kong. Again, you can follow along at ijru.sport, where you can download the order of the competition, the heat sheets. If you're looking for your favorite team, you can see when they're coming up in the competition. And again, today is day 6 of an 8-day World Championship.
And so this team from Hong Kong is really playing off the rhythm of the music, doing an awesome job, and that's something that Hong Kong is known for, is trying to hit the beat. Oh, he's in an elephant underneath his leg with both arms. And there they go, waiting on the beat to start.
Nice job with some power skills on the floor, moving up into a synchronized one-handed frog. There's another one-handed frog. They might be setting up for something here as they engage the crowd and the judges. Now look at the Turners.
Those Turners.
Nice choreography with the music. A good finish. Well done from Team Hong Kong.
Yeah, that was excellent. I love watching them. They make me smile because they always are having fun on the floor.
And that's that X factor. It's the thing that you can't really quantify, but you can just tell when they are feeling the energy of it. Even when there's mistakes in the routines, if the jumpers are able to maintain their body posture and exude a sense of confidence despite those mistakes, it really does enhance the presentation.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's that it factor. It brings a routine from good to great.
Next on the floor, Belgium. And they have another creative beginning here.
Nice two-footed entry to that frog. Taking off of 2 feet is more difficult than taking off of 1 foot into a handstand.
A nice power sequence from the ladies there to start the routine. Again, multiples involved in this, and multiples are not to be underestimated, especially when they're doing power skills, because the window to fit the ropes under the jumper's feet is so tight. A little bit of a reset here. Now they're doing a stack push-up with a Turner restriction, arms crossed. Now the other Turner's doing a restriction into a one-handed frog.
And notice, too, these Turner jumper exchanges. It's so difficult to hand off those handles so quickly. You think about kind of the baton pass in track and field and how that can be tricky. It's the same thing here. Great double unders again in this power sequence with restricted positions from our both Turners at the same time.
Nice wheel transition here into the one-armed frog. Hands behind the back, a buddy frog.
I'm always so impressed with the behind-the-back turning.
And one of the things that we're seeing in the sport is really every team we've seen so far is using this beaded style rope, in particular with the longer turning handles. However, it wasn't but maybe 10 or 20 years ago that almost every team was using a cloth style rope, which has a slightly different weight, a slightly different feel. And over time, as the sport's evolved, as the equipment has evolved, we've noticed more and more teams adopting beaded ropes for this particular event just because of the control that's involved, the weight that's involved.
Everyone ready?
It's really optimized for some of these
Here we
new
go.
power skills that we see so many teams doing.
That's right. And welcoming now from Denmark, we have a mixed division team. A quick exchange right into the start of a power sequence. That was a 3/4 front flip with a double under. And right back in there to their power sequence. That hand top that we've seen a few times so far. Oh, and a knee jump with a 180 turn. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I haven't either, and the 180 turn will actually amplify their difficulty score. So a knee jump by itself is one thing, but knee jump with a turn, they will get extra difficulty points for that. A little bit of trouble on that Turner jumper exchange because they're getting back into the ropes now.
A little bit of fast footwork. And it can be tricky, and you just saw it. It's tricky to speed up the rhythm so quickly and then slow it back down for a power skill. And they're right back in here. A nice round off with a 2-foot takeoff to frog. Another difficult skill because you've got to transfer the momentum from going backwards in the round off to forwards in that handstand.
And a really visually pleasing way to move across the floor there.
And right on with the music. Nice job to our team from Denmark.
4473 from Sweden. Hanna,
We see that 2-foot takeoff there from the frog, right into the one-arm frog as well, which remember, taking off of 2 feet or doing a skill on one hand, more difficulty credit than the 2 hands. And that was a great view there of the back bend subway. And that time with a split on the bottom instead of a push-up. So a brand new variation compared to what we've seen in the past in this competition.
Everyone ready?
Next on the floor, heat number 90. This is Team Sweden.
And Sweden also has kind of a storied history in jump rope. They've been around for a while. They brought a small contingent of athletes here to this particular competition with 10 athletes here in Colorado Springs. Smart decision probably on the one athlete's part to not go ahead and do the frog that it looked like she had planned. Oh, and
good recovery.
Great recovery.
So you notice that she did kind of a bunny hop and the turner slowed it down just to make sure they didn't have a mistake on that prior sequence.
Right into a wheel switch, and you see great rope control there as they reverse the directions beautifully. No hiccups there. Oh, a small hiccup. That was a rhythm issue. One jumper was jumping a little bit more quickly than the other. And so the turners can only turn for one rhythm, remember. So if the jumpers aren't in sync, it can create problems.
Arm crosses here. The ropes might have been a little too close together on that, so the weight was a little different. It threw off some of the rhythm. They're getting back in sync now, continuing with that wheel style of jumping. And moving their way into their finish, landing on cue.
90. Station 2.
Nice job from our ladies from Sweden. And it looks like it didn't necessarily go the way that they wanted it to go. And that is a risk that these athletes take by putting in difficult skills like what you're seeing here, that back handspring, straight to frog. I mean, these skills take years of practice to master really even one of them. And then to put probably 50 different moves into this 75-second routine, the risk level is high.
It really is, and I think especially in an event with 4 jumpers on the floor at once, the communication factor becomes so important.
And welcoming now from Germany, starting off really strong, some behind the back turning with those power skills inside.
A very technical beginning. Again, a high risk, but they pulled it off.
Great buddy frog there, and we've seen that skill used quite a bit in this competition, probably because these athletes know that they are receiving difficulty credit for not only the handstand, but for the interaction and for it being technically on one arm. So kind of triple difficulty there.
And so far, a clean routine out of Germany. Now they're getting on the floor, doing some power skills with the rotation, a nice variation of that subway once again. A turner jumper exchange into multiples, which can be so hard to pull off. Switching positions using a frog, now moving forward.
I was going to say that was a very nice save, and they did save it, but then a miss occurred just right after. So it looks like they will get credit actually for the skill itself, and then the miss occurred on the jump after. Nice turner involvement there, crossing those arms.
Here we go again with another subway variation and finishing when their music cues tell them it is time to wrap up.
That's right.
Nice job from Team Germany.
And you can see they're still smiling. They probably know, some of the little things that went wrong, but at the same time, they know that they pulled off a lot of their more difficult skills, which a lot of times as athletes, that's what we're going for, right? Like there's 3 or 4 really high-level skills, and we're like, we just really want to hit those and get them out for the crowd.
Well, the first 30 or 45 seconds of that routine was perfectly clean.
That's true.
So really impressive to see that. Next on the floor, Team Belgium.
Oh, some great movement there. A very visual beginning for Team Belgium. Nice turner jumper exchange, so fast. And right into some of that turner involvement that Belgium does so well. Great strength there from these ladies.
Nice turner exchange there. Again, that the exchanges can be some of the most challenging parts of these routines just because there's a lot that can go wrong. They quickly got back into rhythm there, infusing some multiples while doing turner interaction skills.
That's right. And, the exchanges oftentimes as an athlete were the things that made me the most nervous, particularly if I was the one that had to grab the handle. For whatever reason, it always freaked me out. And I was like, man, what if I don't grab it perfectly?
Knowing one little slip is all it takes.
That's right. So these ladies are looking like they're finishing this up, maybe with a nice flip, yes. And right on cue with the music as well. And you can tell these athletes that maybe even have a mistake right before the end, but then they land right on cue with the music. That just tells you the amount of practice and experience that has gone into creating this routine and training it. They know exactly what to do.
And one of the other things that we've seen most of the teams doing nowadays is really choreographing to the music, and that's not always been the case. So the musicality factor in things has for a long time been a big factor for some countries, but not others. But now we are seeing more and more converge on how do we use the music to really enhance what we can do with the ropes.
And a very creative beginning there for Team Denmark. Lots of different shapes they've created with the rope so far. Oh, looks like maybe a leapfrog or some sort of interaction there, but they'll get right back in. A very quick recovery. Nice double unders there in that power.
Great timing and great synchronicity there. A creative switch moving around the floor. It's always nice to see teams that really do use the entirety of the available space. There's that buddy frog we've seen so much of throughout the tournament. Push-up skill with a roll under, and now they're doing a turntable into an upper frog, a one-handed frog.
Oh, and a worm with a little switch there. And they'll get right into, it looks like their next power sequence. Yep, moving across the floor with some gymnastics.
And she did step out of bounds a little bit, so there will be a slight deduction for that, but she knew it. She got right back inside. Moving around, I think they know the cues on the music, and wrapping up on time. Once again, the music can really be something that enhances the routine, and it can be challenging in the speed of a competition like this to really have that spatial awareness. You see the music, you're in a new environment, you've got the sounds happening, and just making sure that you're staying in rhythm and on time with your jumpers while knowing where you are as a turner. There's that nice turntable skill up into the frog, so they showed some good power throughout that routine.
Yeah, some good power and some great creativity. That was a very visually pleasing routine, as you mentioned, moving across the floor and creating shapes. So a great job there from Team Denmark. And we have now another team from Denmark, this time in the all-female division. And another, they're starting with that movement right off the bat.
Started with the movement right into the subway. There's that turner interaction. Again, they're moving across the floor. Nice job with that.
That's right. And in this event, moving across the floor is not necessarily a required element, but it does help with that creativity and choreography score from our presentation judges.
She knew her timing. She slowed down a little bit, did kind of a double jump. There's a nice aerial in the center of the ropes as they again move across the floor. So Team Denmark showing us some creativity in that way. Turntable push-ups in sequence.
A little drop there. And keep in mind, as a judge, these judges are not only watching the jumpers in the middle, they're watching what both turners are doing, and everything that happens actually gets a score. So the judges have a big job watching for difficulty, watching for presentation, creativity. They are trained for it all. A great interactive power sequence there.
Turner showing us that they can also restrict their arms while they turn for this power move. A smile there to finish the routine. And again, they finished up toward the front of the quadrant, front of the floor in that upper quadrant, and that's a nice way to be close to the judges so they can really sort of feel the energy that you've got. Here's that power sequence. Again, so in sync. There's a nice worm, one-handed frogs, and moving forward here toward the finish.
Yeah, very sharp finish. I liked that a lot. And we have some preliminary standings here for our double Dutch pairs freestyle in the female division. We have Team USA at the top with about an 8-point lead. And welcoming now Team Belgium in our mixed division. We're starting in the back, looking like they're already starting to kind of creep towards the front, potentially going to move forward with some gymnastics later on in the routine.
And they had multiples involved there, a little bit of rhythm difficulty, ensuring that they're in sync as they do that. Now some power. There's that buddy frog. Again, just like the subway, we've seen so many variations of the buddy skills. There's that front flip in the middle while doing a multiple under on the turning.
Yeah, and that one turner was moving forward with the front flip while on one leg in a restriction. So that was kudos to her. That was difficult.
And there's your wheel flip.
Oh, that was so difficult with a wheel double under with a flip and a restriction again. Nice multiple under, landing in that push-up position. And that's something we haven't seen quite as much in this particular event as we did in some of the other events. But keep in mind, when you see them leaping into the air and landing in a push-up, these are hardwood floors. These are not spring, no cushion. These athletes have to train their joints to be able to withstand that.
Nice ending with multiples there.
Great job. And the crowd is behind them 100% there.
Station 1. 2199 from Belgium.
And it's exciting to see the way the different teams choose to end their routines, because some like to end with a nice power skill, some like to end with a nice presentation skill. This team showed us a lot of strength like you're seeing here on the replay. There's that multiple into the split and the finish. So again, they chose to really have it be kind of a shocking end down in the split coming right off a multiple. So a nice job once again from Team Belgium. And in fact, on the floor behind them is the next team from Belgium.
Our all-female division here. Starting off showing us some upper body strength already with these one-arm power moves and double unders, as we've talked about. Very difficult in these power sequences to pull off multiple unders. And they will get additional difficulty credit every time they do that. Crossing with our turners. Another double under there on the exit from that handstand. And interacting with the crowd.
So now moving into a jumper turner exchange. Again, that is one of the required elements. All four must both jump and turn in the entirety of the 75-second routine.
Looks like they'll go into another power sequence there, again utilizing those multiple unders to increase that difficulty score. Some rotations within that push-up, another way to increase the difficulty. You can tell when teams really do pay attention to the rules and the difficulty and design their routines accordingly. And this team certainly has done a great job of that.
A nice finish there from Team Belgium. Again, handling the nerves so well, especially when many of these athletes have competed in events throughout the course of this tournament. So they're in this particular event in double Dutch pair freestyle, but they might have also competed in double Dutch single freestyle. They might have competed in the speed, endurance, and sprint events. They might have competed in the single rope freestyle events. And so again, as the days stack up, and particularly here in Colorado Springs at altitude, we are at 6,000 feet roughly, or around 1.8 kilometers, I believe I have that right. It's slightly different when it comes to the factor on your lungs and your body adjusting to that altitude.
That's right, and so some of our athletes have actually trained in altitude chambers in preparation for this competition. And here on the floor, we have Team Canada in our mixed division. And they're resetting there right back into a power sequence. That was a switch frog, pretty risky because one athlete's feet are kind of flying at the other one's head, and so spacing there must be perfect. Oh, great double under there and that interactive power move.
And there's your subway, a split subway again. She's got to get all the way under him on that split, so he's got to arch his body ever so slightly to allow her to fit under and move quickly while maintaining enough height for the ropes to pass under. And there's a creative sort of supported frog skill within the midst of a wheel switch.
And again, just accumulating those difficulty points. The wheel switch and that different formation is going to achieve a little bit higher level of difficulty than normal double Dutch, but then the interactive frog adds to the top of that. And so some very smart decisions there, again, from these athletes.
And Team Canada did come out in force. They have 104 athletes who qualified for this particular tournament, so they brought a large contingent south of the border here to Colorado.
Right. And so each country was allowed 3 slots for each event and each gender division in this competition. Many countries had different types of qualifying events to bring athletes here, but 3 slots per gender division and per event. And here on the floor, we have our ladies from Denmark.
And you can see one of the turners counting out with her partners there. Again, communication is such an important factor in double Dutch pairs freestyle with 4 athletes on the floor.
Great one-arm frog straight into a 2-foot takeoff frog. And a very well-executed worm right back into a jump there. Great timing.
A nice crab into a turnover push-up. Another variation on a crab there, and the turners did a nice job recovering from what could have been a mistake, but they kept their arms wide and the ropes kept moving, so they will not have a deduction. Like the other teams from Denmark, we're seeing them space the floor very well, so using the full opportunity to hit all 4 quadrants. One-arm push-up after a one-arm frog.
Moving again across the floor, right into that 3/4 front flip ending.
And when you do see a mistake with the ropes, as long as it passes under the jumper's feet, they do get credit for that skill. Now, if they miss on the exit or something like that, then really they'll get the deduction just overall on the score, but it's really more of a presentation ding than it is a difficulty ding. Right. And so we saw that team from Denmark do a nice job of recovering what could have been a mistake in the middle, and really I would credit the turners for that because they did a nice job of seeing it happen and then adjusting in a millisecond to keep those ropes just where they needed to be to avoid that mistake.
Absolutely right. I always coach my athletes to fight for it, right? You don't let a miss happen. The ropes click, you fight. Welcoming now to the floor, Team USA. With a creative beginning there, a kind of a variation on an assisted aerial type of a flip.
And that was a quad into a split, difficult to pull off, some great turning involved. And now you see a wheel switch with a front flip, and they kept the ropes moving in spite of a little bit of an off-balance landing. Again, a nice job of adjusting on the fly.
Oh, and that was on purpose, where she kind of sat down in the middle after that double under, and then he picked her back up.
And they've done a great job recovering some near misses throughout this routine. And so far, we're seeing a ton of creativity in terms of the interaction skills.
Oh, back handspring right into that three-quarter front flip, right into a shoemaker over the push-up. Just a really densely packed power sequence there. And anytime you see a densely packed power sequence, just understand the fatigue level that these athletes are experiencing as well.
A little tangled up here on the wheel switch, and that can happen, especially when the ropes get a little too loose or a little too tight. They have to have their spacing just right to pull off some of these skills. There's a stack push-up with some nice turntables and finishing with the music.
That was a great showing from Team USA. Some really difficult skills. I don't know that we've seen quite as difficult of power moves done in this competition as what we just saw in that densely packed sequence.
I think you're right, and what's especially impressive about that is that it's a mixed team here, right? So you see the female athletes, the male athletes, and they interacted with each other seamlessly, which means all four of them have been training to a similar level of difficulty, and that can take a lot of time, effort, and practice to pull off.
Certainly. And, you know, one factor that we briefly mentioned here is the fatigue. We see much higher levels of fatigue, yes, in our single rope events where one athlete is doing everything, turning the rope, jumping the rope the whole time. But never, even in this double Dutch type of an event, you still see the fatigue at the end of the routine, where it's impressive that these athletes are pulling off flips and power moves for the full 75 seconds.
And there's that subway variation that we've seen so much of. She did a forearm subway, if you caught that. So went from her hands down to her forearms, back up to her hands, switching places with a frog sequence there. Turner's doing a nice job of recovering a rope catch, so that likely will not count as a mistake, despite the fact that it was probably unintentional that happened. Again, a sign of experience.
Waving there to the judges, keeping the energy high while she waits on her partner to get into the ropes. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there. And that shows you that buddy frog is actually quite difficult. If you lean on your partner too much, it can cause a mistake like that.
And some variation in the turning of the ropes there. You saw them bring the ropes together and then separate them out. That was all intentional. A nice job of some interaction skills. A really beautiful switch there where they moved across the floor and sort of jumped over a log roll. There's an assisted front flip and finishing on a cue with the music.
That was a very nice job from Team USA. Some really creative things. I liked how they moved across the floor, the log roll with one Turner jumping over the jumper. That was a lot of fun. Their coach there, Sam Lang, she actually jumped with this team for quite a while and is now helping out in assistant coaching.
And as we continue through the day, this is the final day of the preliminary competition. And so starting tomorrow, we will be in the finals. So if you tune in tomorrow, you will see the winners of that competition will, in fact, be crowned world champions.
That's what we're fighting for here. And welcoming here, Team Hong Kong. A little bit of fun choreography to start it off. Now they're ready. So turning with these crossing moves under the leg, all the while doing handstands and power moves inside the ropes into a very smooth round-off transition into the ropes. Nice nod there to the audience.
And notice the turner on the far end, how intricate his turning skills are. Really impressive.
It definitely is. Moving into what looks like a wheel formation. The ropes are crossed. Turners are jumping. So this will increase their difficulty score. And all the while, again, they are doing power moves. The turners are not just turning. They are under their legs, behind their back, restricting those arms and making it more difficult to control these very large ropes. Oh, that looks like the handle didn't quite get exchanged as planned.
And we've talked about how the switches can be some of the riskiest parts of these routines, just because you are exchanging that handle. So one misstep, one miss on timing, and you can drop that handle and then have to recover that, or clip the ropes together. And again, as beaded ropes, if those beads catch each other, that can cause a mistake and ultimately lead to a deduction.
That's right. And, you know, athletes spend a lot of time coming up with these intricate turner jumper exchanges. They want to make them creative. They want to maximize their difficulty on some of these exchanges. And so I know when I was jumping, it was not uncommon for us to spend 2 hours just creating one of these switches. And then we would, you know, videotape it, make sure we don't forget what we did, and come back and perfect it in the weeks to come.
Station 1. 4465 from
Joe, do
Germany.
you have a
And the
favorite
fitness
moment
honor
for
bell.
yourself in a double Dutch routine or a double Dutch competition?
You know, I think one of my favorite moments was actually back in 2006 at the World Championships, where me and my partners in this particular routine really just decided we were going to have fun. We were going to treat it like something that we did in a lot of our performances, and so we packed it with a lot of really exciting skills. It was not as technical on the turning, but it was very difficult on some of the power tricks. We had a ton of fun. I think it showed in our body posture. I think that actually helped our presentation in spite of the fact that it wasn't all that technical, and we ended up winning that year. And it was such an exciting moment for us to celebrate together and be able to pull off something clean, because so often when we pack these routines, we have to assess that risk versus reward and ensure that we're having the right amount of difficulty to cross the hurdle, but not make it so difficult that we're only going to be able to pull it off in a rare instance.
Right, yep, you have to strike that balance. And if I remember correctly, that routine that you're speaking about was actually kind of a mix of jumpers. So it was you and one of your regular teammates, but also 2 guys that lived kind of across the country from you, right? And so you had to practice when you could and communicate on the fly.
That's right, and one of those teammates was actually my co-host, Kaylee's husband. So Nick Woodard and I jumped in that routine. We had a ton of fun, and of course it came out with a good outcome for us. Next on the floor is heat number 96 here from Germany.
And you watch those turners there turning under their leg, balancing on one leg. And another great worm variation. Always lots of fun. Great double unders there. Again, tricky to pull off with 2 jumpers in the ropes, but they did it beautifully.
Nice turning skills here.
You'll see a pretty quick recovery there. They knew exactly how to get back on target. And so that miss right there probably happened because the ropes didn't quite move fast enough to make it under the jumper's hands before she landed. And so we see again that rhythm and timing are really the keys here to double Dutch. Rhythm, timing, and spacing.
A little trouble, again, when you cross your arms and do some of these turner interaction skills, when you restrict an arm, it adds to the difficulty factor, but it also adds to the risk factor. Now they're trying to pull off a nice backwards frog and a switch skill here. It's what we would call a Sunny D in single rope. Of course, they're doing it in double Dutch with 4 jumpers instead of only 1. That makes it
huge ropes.
All the more exciting here.
Great job.
Now, Kaylee, I'll reverse that question you asked me a moment ago and ask you about your maybe favorite moment from a double Dutch pairs routine that you really have fond memories of.
You know what? Quite honestly, my favorite moment was also with my husband. We did not compete together growing up, but we did 1 year compete together at a world championship after we got engaged, and we hit the routine pretty cleanly in prelims, made it to finals, and it was just one of the most fun routines that we did, and we had a surprise ending pose for the audience that really got them going. So that was fun.
Next up, Team Germany on the floor.
Great power sequence there to start off, a variation of subway. Oh, and those turners did what's called a pull away in a crossed position where the ropes have to actually leave the jumpers and then come back. I never see that in a cross position.
Again, watch the turners. They have to time the ropes just right, make sure they're wide enough to get under the feet, but not too wide that they will click on each other. Moving across the floor with a round off into a frog, into a one-handed frog, while the turner's doing a rotation. Again, all of that will amp up their difficulty score.
And that sequence there that you just saw, so difficult with the turners rotating, going underneath both legs, double unders.
Now, she was turning a double under with a TS and then an AS, and an AS crosses behind the knees.
Another power sequence there with turner involvement, double unders, crossing. And you'll see when the turners cross their arms, they can no longer just use their arms to control the ropes on these power moves. So you'll see their bodies kind of shifting back and forth to make the ropes maintain their momentum and their arc.
So Team Germany is showing us some real technical creativity on that routine. And again, the top 6 qualifiers will make it to the finals. And the judges are looking for things like difficulty. They're looking for how high off the ground the jumpers are getting. They're looking for how creative the routines are. They're watching for the arc of the ropes and ensuring that it's smooth. We're transitioning from skill to skill in a very clean way. So that's what we call a presentation score. So the difficulty score, the presentation score, and then there, of course, are required elements that have to be included in each one of these routines along the way. Now, with 4 athletes on the floor, you can do more interactive skills than you can with, say, 3 athletes on the floor, which makes for a lot of fun. And next on the floor, we've got heat number 97. This is Team USA.
And these athletes have quite a bit of experience together. And I think that we'll see that experience here play out on the floor. They're traditionally a pretty clean team.
I would guess a toe pitch is coming up.
Looks like it, and we were correct. Pitching her into that backflip entry. A double under on the entry to that frog. Tricky timing there, and the turner actually on that last skill let go of a handle, trapped it in her knee, and then re-grasped it again.
Right into a subway over a split.
Yeah, no small feat there. And here's another subway variation in a wheel switch. Difficult to keep those ropes moving while you're in a push-up position. Oh, and some great near misses and saves there, showing their experience on the floor.
And you notice that the jumper's feet came under the turner's feet on that last sequence.
Nice wheel switch there to change jumpers and turners with an assisted aerial kind of woven into the middle of that.
Oh, and a nice helicopter there, releasing a handle. Again, all of this being intentional, sort of stops and starts of the ropes that adds to their creativity and the surprise factor. Another assisted flip into the finish. A little bit off balance, but otherwise a very clean routine out of Team USA.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. And that little bit of a balance issue at the end actually won't count against them in terms of a deduction, maybe just a little bit of a presentation score. There we go with that toe pitch entry and the strong power moves to start.
Splits into one-handed push-ups, a stack push-up. Again, nice turning to keep everything in rhythm throughout the routine. They should be happy with that performance.
They should. And, you know, we talked earlier about the drag turning where the turners are down, kind of dragging the handles on the floor, making sure the ropes are low enough to get under these athletes in the power skills. That is one of the keys to being a great double Dutch turner, is being able to successfully pull off that drag turning. And it's actually harder on the legs than it is on the arms because you're basically in a lunge position the whole time.
Everyone ready?
Team Canada on the floor next.
Everyone ready?
Again, this is the mixed gender division, so you will see both male and female athletes on the same team. Starting with a wheel sequence here. A nice job recovering from what could have been a mistake with the ropes hitting each other, but they've kept moving.
Yes, and some more athletes here that have quite a bit of experience in the sport. They've been around for many years. Looks like a little bit of a lack of communication there.
So they're making a quick adjustment, trying to get back into the ropes on rhythm. They know their routine, so they're deciding where they want to pick back up, and that's the sign of an experienced team when you can communicate very quickly to get back started. Here is the multiple sequence, which is one of the required elements.
And one of the more risky pieces of a routine. When that rope is traveling underneath 2 athletes 4, maybe sometimes even 6 times in one jump, anything can go wrong on any of those rotations of the rope.
There's a turntable into a subway. We've seen so many variations of the subway. Again, the forearms make it that much harder and frankly make it hurt that much more on your elbows.
That's right. And folks, we'll remind you that this is a hardwood floor, no cushions here.
Now, they are turning backwards from what you would normally see a double Dutch turner do, which means that they're rotating the ropes toward the center of their body as opposed to rotating the ropes toward the outside of their body. The judges notice those little things, and it all supports their overall score.
And a great job there from Team Canada. We see on the replay there the variations of the subway there going on his forearms.
Again, notice the turner and just sliding back and forth, trying to keep those ropes tight on the ground. And what often happens with that is the rope will hit the ground. It'll bounce a little bit right when those beads contact the hardwood floor. You'll let it rest for a microsecond before you whip it under the jumpers, and then you do the exact same thing on the other side, all in time and in rhythm. It takes a lot of practice, especially with longer ropes like this.
Ready? Here we go.
And Team Australia now taking the floor and starting out with that interactive power. We'll see them moving across the floor, and so far, no actual turner interaction. It's been regular double Dutch. Again, probably decreasing the risk factor there, and that might be a smart decision. So far, they have been very clean. On a great Barani assist there.
Mixing up the music.
Yeah, which also helps too, because it allows you to kind of hit different feels, different energy levels, and rhythms all within the same routine, which can go into that choreography score and the creativity as well.
And again, with 4 athletes on the floor, the timing is so crucial, especially between turners and jumpers. You have a very small window to get the rope under the feet when you've got 2 folks in the rope at the same time.
Oh, great crossing there from the turners. And a little bit of a hiccup there. It looks like the jump timing just got a hair off.
So they won't get credit for that leapfrog, but nonetheless, they got back going again. And a fun ending here on this routine out of Team Australia.
Love that they're having fun out here on the floor.
Station 2.
And you know, that's something that we see with these jump rope athletes. I mentioned before that they're like a family. Practices can sometimes be like marathons. I mean, some of these teams have mentioned to us that they practice 6 hours a day. And when you're in the gym for that many hours with the same team, you are bound to have some fun or you're going to go crazy. And so we see that personality coming out quite a bit in these routines.
And seeing some more of that power sequence in the replay here, seeing them squat down and move across each other. Again, a nice job showing some creativity out of Team Australia. And next up, we're at Heat 100 with Team Belgium on the floor, beginning with a power sequence.
And a quick reset there. Right back into some of these really powerful moves here, showing their strength and their experience. A great wheelbarrow flip. A wheelbarrow is when one athlete is in a push-up position and the other athlete takes the feet and flips them forward.
Nice front flip over a split with a multiple happening. Again, all of these things, these different skills stack on one another and make for a higher difficulty score. And notice the turners, how technical that turning is under the leg with the arms crossed. Once again, Team Belgium, a very experienced team when it comes to that technical kind of turning, so we're going to see a lot of that out of their routines.
Oh, another just technical skill there. The turners are involved. The athletes are doing different things that complement each other in the ropes, painting pictures, increasing the difficulty as well with those turners. Oh, and behind the back turning, always so impressive.
Now, this team seems to have chosen longer ropes to use for this routine. That's probably helping them make it through some of these skills. Wow, great job.
I loved that ending. I can't believe, Joe, that they put that risky of a sequence at the very end of their routine. I mean, the amount of behind that crosses that they just did, there were like 6 of them.
The World Championship Overall Team Awards.
That's a nice turn under some push-ups there. There's that front flip over the push-up. Doing a turntable here. Yeah, and the reason why you wouldn't want to stack up too much at the end of a routine like that is because the fatigue factor, right? A 75-second routine, oftentimes teams will choose to stack up the really difficult parts of routine at the beginning, so they've got the most energy at that point in time And then throughout the routine, they might weave in some of the more creative rope manipulation skills or things like that. But it is unusual to see a team save some of their hardest, most high-flying power skills for the end of the routine.
That's right. It can be quite difficult. And so, Joe, whenever you were designing routines, how did you go about it? Well, first of all, did you use music for your double Dutch routines when you competed?
So interestingly, we did use music toward the end of my sort of competition career. And when we did that, we often had trouble deciding, well, do we choose the music first or do we think about the routine first? And I'll say that for my generation, we often chose the routine first. So we were thinking about the skills and then trying to adapt it to the music along the way. And sometimes when we decided what sort of skills we wanted to include, that helped us get a sense for what the vibe we wanted out of the music was, right? Was this a dramatic thing? Was this a fast thing? Was it a slow thing? Should we vary and clip together two different songs to represent two different parts of the routine? All of that really flowed into the way we thought about it. Now, Kaylee, I will say, for your part, you've been known for so many years as one of the best presentation jumpers who's really ever been in the sport, right? I think you have pioneered so much in terms of the way we think about how to really present well. And so I'm curious, as you think about what we just saw in double Dutch and really thinking overall about the way the single rope comes together and all the freestyle events come together, what have you thought so far about what you're seeing out of presentation from the athletes over the competition?
You know, that's a good question. I have been impressed in general in the presentation that I've seen, not only in the technicalities, but in the creativity. So a lot of the things that I look for in a routine, I look for that it factor. Can they make me smile? Can they make me stand up out of my seat with the way that they are presenting the skills? And for many of the athletes that we've seen, particularly in the double Dutch competition, like this team here from Japan, they have made me stand up out of my seat with the creativity, with the interest and the interaction. So from that standpoint, I've been extremely impressed. Other teams, like what you're seeing on the screen right here from Team Belgium, I've been extremely impressed with their technical presentation. So the clean lines that they are creating, the smiles on their faces, and just being able to pull off these extremely difficult skills, but making it really look effortless. So yes, overall, I have been impressed with the presentation on multiple levels, and it makes me excited to kind of see where our sport is going, right? We've seen our sport evolve over the past several years, and here we're seeing some really great talent from not only our older generation, but also from our younger generation athletes as well.
Now, as we conclude the double Dutch pairs freestyle event, we are transitioning into a break where we're going to reset everything, because tonight, starting at 7 o'clock local time here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, we're going to have the team show event. And the team show event will be very exciting because that's an event where we're going to have anywhere between 8 and 20 jumpers on the floor at once. They're going to be performing a choreographed routine that will include many of the disciplines that you've seen throughout the days of this tournament. They'll have up to 6 minutes to do it, so it truly is a production. These teams work for months and months to pull these off, and we're really in for a treat tonight.
Absolutely, and we want to also remind you, tonight's production will be featured on Olympics.com. This is our sport's debut on Olympics.com, and so we are beyond excited and thankful to be on that channel. We encourage you to tune in and be there with us, be there for all the action. You don't want to miss it. And once again, that will be happening at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. 7 p.m. Mountain Time. We hope to see you there.
This is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We've been broadcasting live from Colorado Springs in the USA. More than 1,200 athletes in 25 countries are represented. We have now concluded the preliminary round, so everything you see from here forward will be in place to crown the world champions. We will see you again at 7 o'clock tonight.
Well, hello, world of jump rope. How are you doing? Did we see some amazing athletes today? Let's make some noise for all of our amazing competitors here today. That's right. Well, if you see me out here, it means it's for a reason. I have the distinct and high privilege of presenting, once again, some world records that have been broken here today. So, I have 3 world records to present to you all today. I'm super excited to share them. And please help us celebrate these amazing athletes for their accomplishment. Let's make some noise for these athletes and their world records. All right. The first world record says, with this certificate, that's right, Hong Kong. It says, with this certificate, the International Jump Rope Union recognizes a new world record set on the 20th of July, 2023 by Yonsang Cheki Paking from Hong Kong, China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates these athletes for achieving a score of 244 in double Dutch speed sprint male. Could we have that team please step forward? Double Dutch. Congratulations. Thank you all so very much. Fantastic. One more round of applause. One more round of applause for a new male record. Hong Kong, China is not finished. Additionally, set on the 20th of July, we have Hulam, China, Chushan, and Qingho from Hong Kong, China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates these athletes for achieving a score of 427 in double Dutch speed relay female. Please make some noise for our new world record holders. One more round of applause for our new world record holders. Thank you all so very much. Last but certainly not least, once again, set on the 20th of July, 2023, Long Pui, Sam Tim, and Hoi Hien from Hong Kong, China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates these athletes for achieving a score of 223 in double Dutch speed sprint mixed team. Please step forward. Once again, please give a tremendous round of applause for all of our new world record holders. And congratulations, Hong Kong, China. Thank you all so very much.
solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar with me. Solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar with me. You'll only wander wayward if you ramble. May I suggest a license and a ring? When you're in love, it's really not a gamble, 'cause you're betting on a real sure thing. Solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar.
shirt now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you, oh please. I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend that type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Control even if you know that you don't own me. I'll let you play the role. I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing this song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the men I know. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend that type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. When you get mad, I guess I'm pretty glad that you're alone. You said she's scared of me. I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
I'm so curious about you, boy, wanna keep it cool, but I know every time you move, got me frozen. I get so shy, it's obvious. Catching feels like butterflies. If I say what's on my mind, would I hit bullseye? Soon, I'm ready, aim and fire. Baby, feel like Cupid's all right, yeah, tonight. Yeah, tonight. If your heart beats so stay with, let me know. 'Cause I boom, boom, boom from head to toe. And I know love, it is such a funny thing, a mystery. Gotta get to know you more. 'Cause I feel a real connection, a supernatural attraction. I got the fix for you, yeah, 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 yeah. You have stolen my heart, oh yeah. Never let it go, oh, oh, no, never let it go, oh, oh, oh. Lightning straight to my heart, oh yeah. I got all the feels for sure, yeah, I got all the feels for you. Boy, I know I get the feel. Boy, I know you feel it too. Sway in the moonlight, dance in the dark, I know that I caught your eye. Are we on the same vibe? Wonder what's on your mind. You got me good and I wanna be a fool. If it's that, well, I wanna be a fool. Underneath the neon lights, baby, electricity tonight, baby. I know love, it is such a funny thing, a mystery. Gotta get to know you more. 'Cause I feel a real connection, a supernatural attraction. I got the fix for you, yeah, 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 yeah. You have stolen my heart, oh yeah. Never let it go, oh, oh, attention. So what's your intention? You tell me, baby, what's the deal? Oh, one look and I know it, baby. My eyes reveal that you give me the feel. So yeah, my heart, oh yeah, never let it go, oh oh, no, never let it go, oh oh, right straight to my heart, oh yeah. I got all the feels for sure, yeah, I got all the feels for ya. Boy, I know I get the feel. Boy, I know you feel it too. Boy, I know I get the feels. Boy, I know you feel it too.
We would now like to announce the qualifiers for the World Championship Finals, double dutch single freestyle mixed division. From Australia, Luke, Bell and Ben. From Belgium, Yolchen, Rune and Jelle. From Belgium, Joyce, Jens and Lorena. From Denmark, Simon, Caroline and Alfred. From Hong Kong, China, Quan Ho, Ying Na and Ying Nam. And from Germany, Leonie, Maria and Eric. The World Championship Final, double dutch single freestyle male qualifiers. From Hong Kong, China, Ming He, Po Hang and Kai Ming. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Him, Chuk Yu and Chuk Ki. From Germany, Simon, Fabio and Felix. From Belgium, Tim, Thibaut and Klaas. From Korea, Jai Woo, Yom Yom and Jin Jung. And from Hong Kong, China, Sai Kit, Chung Ho and Wai Wa. World Championship Finals, double dutch single freestyle female qualifiers. From Belgium, Ine, Sarah and Ellen. From Germany, Olivia, Julia and Anna. From Australia, Gemma, Chloe and Naomi. From the USA, Alex, Annalie and Haley. From Belgium, Lara, Zoe and Jilka. And from Germany, Antonia, Liv and Lilith. We're just waiting on results from the last lot of double dutch freestyle, and then we will continue with a medal ceremony.
You need to calm me down, down. I feel like I can get no better when you're not around. You always calm me down, 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 down. We're so different, but our weakness is our common ground. You need to calm me now, now. It's been a week and I only think about you, nothing else. I said I want you now. I want you near me while I get my head above these clouds. She is the thing I love the most. I do. She is the thing I love the most. I do. Y'all could come to me, 'cause I was ready for it. I was ready for it. You're my therapy, 'cause I was ready for it. I was ready for it. I know I'm not like the chill dude, the one who does make you feel good, but I will always have your back if you have mine when I feel blue. Do you feel the same way that I do? I know you like it when we play. Hey, do you like me that way? I need to know, girl, what you say. Come on now. It's been a week and I only think about you, nothing else. I said I want you now. I want you near me while I get my head above these clouds. She is the thing I love the most. I do. She is the thing I love the most. I do. Y'all could come to me, 'cause I was ready for it. I was ready for it. You're my therapy, 'cause I was ready for
Take me away. It is our faith in the dreams I made. You go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me say no, no, no. We go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me stay. We can shoot for the stars together. We can make it last forever. Oh, 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 oh. We wanna see the moon and planets. Wanna make it last forever. Oh, 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 oh. We go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me say no, no, no. We go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me stay.
You keep on calling my cell phone to tell me you're sorry. I've heard it 1,000 times. You always tell me you changed now. Back from the outside to turn back the hourglass. Why can't you be honest? Changing your mind, wasting my time. Love ain't just a promise. Over your kind, losing my mind. Why can't you be honest? Changing your mind, wasting my time. Love ain't just a promise. Over your kind, losing my mind. You keep on calling my cell phone to tell me you're sorry. I've heard it 1,000 times. You always tell me you changed now. Back from the outside to turn back the hourglass. Why can't you be honest? Changing your mind, wasting my time. Love ain't just a promise. Over your kind, losing my mind.
would like to present our medal presenters for this ceremony. We have Silke, who is celebrating 30 years involvement in rope skipping. She is the Vice President of Europe on the IJRU board and the President of the European Rope Skipping Organisation. We also have Ernesto, who is the Vice President of Pan American on the IJRU board and the President of Pan American Jump Rope Federation. The medals for this ceremony will start with the World Championship Team Single Rope Overall Female Division. The bronze medals go to Belgium. Elise, Fien, Floete, Margot, Joke and Pauline. The silver medals go to Belgium. Janne, Jilka, Joska, Zoe and Lara. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China. Nok Ching, Wing, Na Hai, Yuki and Kai Yi. The next medal to be awarded will be the World Championship team single rope overall male division.
One day at a time, still no bottom line. I still feel and touch like ecstasy. Oh, it hits me almost like distant dream. I'll be going down, you'll turn it around. I'll be going down.
The bronze medal goes to Belgium, plus Tim, Thibault, Anne and Peter Jan. The silver medal goes to Belgium, Jelle, Kasper, Lorde and Matis. And the gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Yun San, Chuk Ki, Chuk Kyu, Chi Yong, Chuk Him, and Pak Kin.
Say what you want. 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 Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna
We now move to the World Championship Team Single Rope Overall Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Lam Pui, Wing Yu, Sum Tim and Hui Yin. The silver medal goes to Australia. Alexis, Luke, Ben, Jamie, Chloe, and Naomi. And the gold medal goes to Belgium. Yele, Benel, Oceani, Pelita, Jilchin, and Rune. The next medals to be presented will be the World Championship Double Dutch Team Overall, Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. He Ching, Yui Lam, Ni Ki, Chiu Chuet, Chui Shan, and Ching Ho. The silver medals go to the USA, Camille, Renee, Lauren, Anna, Kennedy, and Morris. And the gold medals go to Belgium. Janne, Jilka, Joska, Zoe, and Lara.
I fell in love cause you look so fine. So darling, please don't mind. I fell in love maybe once or twice. But you look so fine. You are the sunshine in my life. Will you come over to my place tonight? Cause you look so fine. So darling, please don't mind. I fell in love maybe once or twice. But you look so fine. You are the sunshine in my life. Will you come over to my place tonight? You are the sunshine in my life. Will you come over to my place at night?
We will now announce the medals for the World Championship Final Double Dutch Team Overall Male Division. The bronze medals go to Belgium, Klaas, Tim, Thibaut, and Peter Jan. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Ming He, Ho Hang, Kai Ming, Ka Chum, Tin Long. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China, Yuan San, Chuck Ki, Chuck Yu, Chuck Chun, Chuck Him, and Pak Kin. next medal being presented will be the World Championship Double Dutch Team Overall Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Sam Yi, Chu Ting, Wing Lok, Chi Kai, and Yin Ting. The silver medals go to Australia. Luke, Bell, Ben, Mac, and Emma. And the gold medals go to Belgium, Lorena, Kobe, Jens, Joyce. We'll now announce the medals for the World Championship Team All-Around Female Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China. Qi Qing, Yui Lam, Ni Kai, Zhu Yet, Chu Shan, and Ching Ho. The silver medals go to Belgium. Elise, Bean, Flotte, Margot, Jokke, and Pauline. And the gold medals go to Belgium. Janne, Yilka, Joska, Zoe, and Lara. now award the medals to the World Championship Team All-Around Male Division. The bronze medals go to Belgium. Jelle, Kasper, Lord and Matthias. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China. Ming He, Ho Hang, Kai Ming, Ka Chun and Tin Long. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China. Yun San, Chuk Ki, Chuk Kyu, Chong Chun, Chong Him and Pak Kin.
Sometimes they'll test your soul, but just stay true. Sometimes we just don't know. The light shines through. Sometimes you have to go, and I'll go too. Sometime real soon you'll glow, shine bright through. Take you, but the light is there to hold you down. Take you.
We will now announce the medals for the World Championship Team All-Around Mixed Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China. Lam Pui, Wing Yu, Sum Tim, Hui Yin. Silver medals go to Hong Kong, China. Sum Yi, Chu Ting, Wing Lok, Chi Kai, and Yin Ting. And the gold medals go to Belgium. Jelle, Belen, Oceani, Peleta, Julchin, and Rune.
Sometimes they'll test your soul, but just stay true. Sometimes we just don't know. The light shines through. Sometimes you have to go, and I'll go too. Sometime real soon you'll glow, shine bright through. Take you,
The IJRU is celebrating all of our winners by providing free awards pictures. Visit our website to download yours now. We would now like to announce the qualifiers for the World Championship Finals Double Dutch Pair Freestyle Mixed Division. The qualifiers are from Belgium, Kobe, Joyce, Jens and Lorena. From Korea, Jongmin, Yu Seong, Hyun Bum and Hyun Lee, Ji. From Belgium, Aiko, Henne, Manon and Ben. From Australia, Luke, Belle, Ben and Emma. From the USA, Samantha, Eric, Taylor and Margaret. And from Hong Kong, China, Wing Lok, Chu Ting, Chi Kai and Ying Ting. The qualifiers for the World Championship Double Dutch Pair Freestyle Male Division. From Belgium, Tim, Peter Jan, Thibaut and Klaas. From the USA, Jonathan, Matthew, Ryan and Dylan. From Hong Kong, China, Ming Hee, Po Hang, Kai Ming and Tin Long. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Him, Chuk Yu, Chun Kun and Tak Tin. And from the USA, Mason, John, Foster and Sam. And from Belgium, Lord, Kaspar, Jelle and Matthias. The World Championship qualifiers for Double Dutch Pair Freestyle Female Division. From the USA, Renee, Lauren, Camille and Kennedy. From Belgium, Lara, Yenne, Yilka and Joska. From Germany, Enya, Annika, Svenja and Vivian. From Belgium, Jana, Larissa, Merte and Runa. From Germany, Sally, Alina, Jacqueline and Vivian. And from Australia, Gemma, Chloe, Jessica and Naomi. This concludes our ceremony for today. If everybody could please leave the stadium as it is now closed. It will reopen at 6:15 p.m. There's a judges meeting and an athletes meeting on the floor for the athletes and in the judges room for the judges. If you could please make your way there. If athletes need to access the building, they need to use the loading dock. The hall needs to be cleared because it is now closed. So if everybody could please take their belongings and leave the facility. Thank you.
This is the largest world championship and actually the largest gathering of jump rope athletes ever in our sport's history.
IJRU 2023 World Jump Rope Championships officially open.
This is going to be the most impressive year yet.
This is the largest world championship and actually the largest gathering of jump rope athletes ever in our sport's history.
IJRU 2023 World Jump Rope Championships officially open.
This is going to be the most impressive year yet.
Colorado Springs, USA. This is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We are here live on the 6th day of an 8-day World Jump Rope Championship. We've seen some amazing prowess out of athletes leading up to this culminating event where we're going to be crowning the world champions.
I'm Kaylee Woodard, and I am joined here by my co-host, Mr. Joseph Edney. We'll be your commentators for this evening, and we are unbelievably excited to bring you into the action that will take place in the Ed Robeson Arena. tonight you will be seeing our team show competition. This is a show involving a large number of athletes performing multiple elements of our jump rope sport. So we will see single rope, double dutch, long rope, wheel, traveler. You're going to see it all tonight, and you are in for a treat.
Now, Kaylee herself is a former world and national jump rope champion. I join her with some of those accolades as a former world champion myself, and so we'll be excited to talk you through the action and share a little bit more with you about the sport that we are so passionate about.
Absolutely. And you know, Joe mentioned that we have now been in the arena competing for the past 6 days. So these athletes are well acquainted with this competition floor. Tonight, though, starts our finals. So starting tonight, these athletes are fighting for the title of world champion. It's a big deal, and these athletes are handling it with grace, and I'm just so excited to see what they're going to bring to the floor.
Well, this is the biggest jump rope competition we've ever had, with 25 countries represented and more than 1,200 athletes here. Now, tonight on the screen, you'll see Japan will kick us off with the team show event going first in the order, followed by Korea, then Hong Kong, China, followed by Australia, Canada, and then the United States will close out our night. Now, each of these teams is competing in the team show event. That lasts up to 6 minutes, and as Kaylee said before, it'll be a choreographed routine to music, integrating multiple disciplines of jump rope.
That's right, and we've talked to several of these teams thus far, and they are all eager to show us what they have been working on. This particular event requires so much practice and preparation, as all of these athletes actually have to coordinate with each other to be on time, in sync with the music, and it really is all about putting on a show for the audience.
And it's not just about the show, because there's a judges panel who will be watching them, and the judges are going to be looking for things like difficulty. So how difficult are the skills that they're performing? How technical are they? Looking for the amplitude of the jumps. How high? Yep. Okay, good. Okay.
This actually makes a huge difference. These lights. How do I look? Do I look blown out or all right?
Still look a little dark, honestly.
Look a bit
Really?
tired. Well, I'm quite
Oh,
quite
that's
far
the-
away.
that's
Like
the-
yeah. I'm far away because I'm very tall.
Quite greasy as well. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. This is Seth on mic number 2. Mic number 2. This is Seth on mic number 2. Interviewee. I'm the interviewee. I'm one of the people who has just done their routine. And I've just done it, and I've come over here for an interview.
This is mic number 1. This is going to be the interviewer. Interviewer, the World Jump Rope Championships, Colorado, USA. Interviewing Seth Edwards. Seth Edwards, you got a fright earlier on camera. Are you embarrassed by that?
I wasn't on camera for it, actually.
Were you in front of the camera?
I was in front of the camera. So I wasn't like operating the camera, I was in front of the camera. So it's still,
Okay,
I guess both are considered on camera.
You're just changing my words up for
Well, both are considered on camera.
This is the largest world championship and actually the largest gathering of jump rope athletes ever in our sports history.
IJRU 2023 World Jump Rope Championships officially open.
This is going to be the most impressive year yet.
Welcome, everyone. We are joining you live from the Ed Robson Arena in beautiful Colorado Springs, USA. Tonight, we kick off the finals of the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
And you are in for a treat tonight because our athletes are anxiously awaiting their opportunity to compete for the title of World Champion. I'm Kaylee Woodard, a former world champion in the sport, and I am joined by my co-host, Joe Edney, another world champion jump rope athlete, and we are excited to be your commentators for this evening.
And if you're new to the sport of jump rope, tonight what you're going to see is a great introduction because tonight we have the team show event. And that's a team of 8 to 20 athletes performing a choreographed routine for a maximum of 6 minutes. Now, the team show consists of several variations of freestyle jumping, including single rope, wheel, double dutch, traveler, long rope, and other creative styles of jumping. And if those sound like foreign words to you, we're going to explain them through the broadcast, and you're going to get to see the best of the best do that live here in front of us in just a few minutes.
That's right. And at this competition, there are actually 1,200 jump rope athletes from 25 different countries representing the largest gathering of jump rope athletes in the history of the sport. And now you're seeing the schedule for tonight. So we will start off with Team Japan, followed by Korea, Hong Kong, China, Australia, then Canada, Belgium, and finally the United States will finish off our evening. And it is going to be an exciting evening of jump rope.
Now, each of these teams brings their own unique style, their own musicality, creativity, and they're performing not just for the audience here in the arena, but also for a panel of judges. Now, the judges are going to be looking for both difficulty, so how technical are the skills? They're going to be looking for how high the athletes get off the floor, and they're also going to be looking for things like presentation, so the creativity, the choreography, how smooth are the transitions between these different events. Now, finally, the judges are going to be looking for accuracy. So what you want to see are athletes performing these skills flawlessly. And as you can imagine, with up to 20 athletes on the floor at the same time, with many ropes moving, there's a lot of opportunity for a mistake to happen if everything is not done exactly the way it was meant to be done.
That's right, Joe. And to that point, these athletes have spent not only months, but some of these athletes have spent years to perfect the routines that we are about to see tonight. You'll see teams that are filled with athletes ranging in age from about 12 years old all the way up until their 30s. And so you're really seeing dynamic groups of athletes working together, putting together true pieces of art, not only for the judges, but also for our audience.
Now, Team Show is, in fact, one of the best introductions to the sport because you can really see a variety of styles showcased. So you're going to see events with one jumper holding one rope. You'll see multiple jumpers holding multiple ropes. And then you'll see some exceptionally long ropes as you see Team Japan getting the floor set for their performance here. And we're going to see all of that woven together in a choreographed routine. Now, the other part that they have included in these routines is some personality. So we expect to see some teams focus on drama, others focus on excitement, others focus on artistic beauty in their routines. And so as Japan gets set, we're in for a treat as we kick off tonight's action here from the Ed Robson Arena. The crowd is getting into it. We're excited to see it. We hope you are. Again, this is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship from Colorado Springs, USA.
And it looks like we are just going to kick off this action with some fun here from Japan.
You see the long rope discipline being demonstrated right now.
Forming a really nice picture already here with some formations. Another element that they are judged on is the formation that they can create. So the lines, the crispness of what they can paint on the floor.
Now moving into the wheel event. And in this case, you have two athletes with their rope handles exchanged, and they're jumping in an alternating fashion. See some creativity with the rope handle releases.
Again, creating these pictures. Oh, and incorporating some break dance. Really getting the crowd involved here. And it looks like that rope is actually tied around his legs.
That's not something I've seen before, but I love the variety that they're infusing into this already.
Yeah, really showing us their personality already. So this is a traveler element where one rope is scooping a variety of different athletes as the rope or the athletes actually travel through the line.
Now, gymnastic skills are something that you're going to see throughout the tournament, and oftentimes teams will try to infuse that to add some variety and show some power and, frankly, just some athletic prowess as they design their routines and really integrate it to the music. Again, seeing some of that breakdancing influence here. Now, one thing the judges are going to look for is how many athletes are performing the skill at once. So they're going to get maximum points if all of the athletes are performing all the skills at once. If not everyone is doing it at the same time, the score won't be quite as high, but of course there's less risk of a mistake.
That is true. And so what you're seeing here too, while it might not get the highest difficulty score, they are garnering points here for creativity, choreography, and presentation.
So the jumpers starting on cue, now moving into the single rope portion of their routine, and they don't have to do one consecutive discipline in a row. They can toggle between them throughout the routine, and so we're seeing a bit of that from Japan as they're now into the single rope.
And really showcasing their style there, incorporating some fun footwork, different floor work as well. We've seen this style from Japan in our competition thus far.
These are multiple unders, so they're spinning the rope under their feet at least 2 times before they land, and they make it look quite easy.
And great synchronicity there. Another one of these traveler elements, scooping the athletes in the rope and traveling down the line.
And they're having breaks in the action to show different formations. They're wrapping their ropes intentionally into different shapes. All of that adds to the presentation score that they're working to build throughout this routine that can last up to 6 minutes.
Some partner scooping work there. Another element that these judges are looking for in this routine. And anytime you are involving multiple athletes inside of one rope, the risk goes up just that much more. However, their difficulty will also reflect that risk that they are taking.
They showed some speed footwork there where they were moving the rope at a very fast pace and alternating their feet. So using the musicality to help them transition between disciplines here.
And they are moving into the double dutch element. And double dutch is something that Japan is particularly known for. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring in this team show competition here.
Now they very quickly moved into a more classical style of jump rope that you might think of on a schoolyard where you've got one long rope and many jumpers in the center. And of course they're doing it all choreographed with, here's some power skills. They're all down on their hands as they move through, keeping it on time with the rhythm. And just a fun routine out of Japan.
Oh, that was a smooth transition into an element known as egg beater, a specific type of long rope. Again, really taking advantage of their gymnastics background. And many of these athletes are trained not only in jump rope, but also in gymnastics.
Now, the long rope discipline requires them to have ropes that are at least 6 meters in length or around 20 feet. Integrating some dance. We've seen that influence already in this routine. Again, they'll get maximum points when all of the athletes are involved in the action, but if only a few are involved, they still will get some points for that. They just won't have the maximum difficulty. So now we see more getting involved in the double dutch.
That's right, and they're doing a really great job of utilizing their entire space here, making it almost look like a party out there on the floor while doing some of these really difficult jump rope skills. And the audience is feeling it and loving it as well.
That was a fun routine out of Japan. You know, we talked to them as they were warming up and getting ready for this competition. Of course, the next World Jump Rope Championship will be hosted in 2025 in Kawasaki, Japan. So they're excited to be representing their country and influencing it with some of these new disciplines, because as Kaylee said earlier, Japan has traditionally been a double dutch powerhouse, but has only recently come into some of the single rope skills.
That's right, and jump rope is growing in Japan, not only with the double dutch discipline, but also with single rope. And so that's been so exciting to see. And in this competition thus far, we've seen Japan actually excel in all of the different events and disciplines that we have in our sport.
Now, Kaylee, tell me, when you saw the Japanese routine there, what struck you that the judges might give them particularly high marks for?
Yeah, you know, Joe, I think that they might get particularly high marks for their long rope segment. I was impressed that they had all of their athletes involved in that, and they did some pretty intricate crossing of the ropes and some intricate dynamics there. So I do believe that they'll get high marks there, potentially also for their single rope, particularly in the creativity portion of the judging. We saw some footwork, we saw dance, and really great formations in that particular segment of the routine.
Now, another thing that the judges are looking for is just how smooth the ropes are, because you might notice as Team Korea is getting set up for their heat, different styles of jump rope. So the gentleman on screen right now has a single rope with a long handle. Now you see some beaded ropes being laid out, and all the different styles of ropes have a different purpose. And so some of them are heavier, some of them are lighter, some have long handles which help you do some of those crossing and more intricate technical skills, while others are designed to be turned slower but hold their shape really well and be smooth moving across the floor, so the jumpers don't have to get quite as high off the ground. Now Korea is getting organized into their opening pose, and it looks like they are about to kick off.
Starting off already with some difficult crossing movements and moving across the floor in their single rope element. That was a behind the knees cross known as an AS. Pretty risky, honestly, when you have this many athletes trying to perform it at once. Speaking of risk there, they just let go of the handle, spun it and caught it in what's known as a mick release.
Now, so far, we're seeing a quite technical routine out of them. You're seeing crosses, you're seeing triple unders. That's the rope moving under their feet 3 times before they land. And all of the athletes are performing this synchronized with each other.
Nice transition as they bring out some long ropes here.
Again, the judges looking for creative transitions between the different disciplines. And as they come together, they're now forming a double dutch set. So 2 sets of double dutch ropes, which are turning in an alternating fashion with jumpers in the center.
And some fun footwork here, done double time while the ropes are moving single time. Actually incredibly difficult to pull off.
Now they're using the music well, so they kind of sped up the pace as the music sped up. Now they're all coming together. That's a risky maneuver to try to get everyone coming through a single set of ropes and then move out, and they've executed it very well.
You can see the crowd really getting involved.
Okay, now we're going to see more of that wheel discipline we talked about, where their handles are exchanged, doing some choreographed turns here, flipping positions, very technical. And frankly, wheel is one of the more difficult disciplines because you have to alternate the pace at which you jump and turn your arms.
That's right. And the ropes are interconnected with each other, increasing the risk. Now, this is a traveler section where athletes are scooping other athletes inside of their jump rope. And it looks like we're transitioning right back into wheel with some very intricate crossing to be done in a team show.
And once again, they can continue to toggle between the different elements, and their score will continue to go up as the judges, once again, are looking for both presentation and difficulty throughout the routine.
And now they have kind of stacked on top of each other into something known as 4-wheel. 4 ropes, 4 athletes. All of the ropes are interconnected with each other. I'm pretty impressed with that.
So now they're slowing down, transitioning music, getting the audience into the action, led by their teammates in the stands. And Korea has had a great showing thus far in this tournament. We are on day 6 of an 8-day competition.
So again, this is the long rope discipline. And you're seeing some power moves now, bouncing on the hands in handstand positions, push-up positions. Again, some pretty high level of difficulty here to be involving this many athletes.
Now double dutch with 5 athletes in the ropes at once. And that's always a risky move because every time you add another jumper to the ropes, you increase the variables, you increase the odds of having a mistake, particularly when you've got long ropes that are beaded. And if those beads touch each other even just a little bit, they can catch and cause a mistake to happen, which results in a lower score because, of course, they're not performing it with all of the athletes involved.
More double dutch here with power moves, and again it looks like they are involving almost all of their athletes. A few athletes on the side, they're waiting for their turn.
And they've integrated wheel into double dutch, so they've combined disciplines, and they're going to get higher marks from the judges for that. Another transition. I like this formation.
Yeah,
nice creativity. It's almost a waterfall.
Great pictures here that they're painting as they move back into more double dutch here. Oh, wow. That was an incredibly difficult sequence to put in this routine. And so part of what we've talked about thus far in this competition is the risk-reward ratio. And with this many athletes on the floor, really anything that you do is risky. So to see the level of difficulty that Korea is putting out here, so impressive.
And this is a fun single rope. They're integrating some fancy footwork into it, engaging the audience, really using the music well. They'll get high presentation marks for this.
So much style here.
And one of the best parts of an international competition like this is just seeing the different styles and themes that the countries bring to it. Korea doing a really nice job here toward the end of their routine, integrating some fun into the action.
Absolutely. Oh, almost creating, again, a party on the floor here.
And they began their routine with single rope. They're continuing with more single rope here. Now some multiples. And an excellent catch with the music.
That was a phenomenal job from Team Korea. They should be extremely proud of that, you know, and this is a world stage. It's quite an honor to come to a world stage like this and be able to represent your country. And so a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these athletes, but I thought that they handled that with grace and with poise.
And folks, coming up next.
Now here we are in Colorado Springs, and of course Colorado Springs is not at sea level. We're located at around 6,000 feet in altitude, or around 1,800 meters. And so what that means is that the altitude and sort of the air can really get to some of these athletes when it comes to a routine as long as 6 minutes, when they are really exerting themselves throughout the entire time. Now, throughout the competition, we have seen that be a factor, especially for some of the more endurance and sprint style events. And I expect that we'll continue seeing that fatigue be a factor as they try to execute these team show routines.
That's right, Joe. And, you know, we've heard that some of these athletes did prepare for that altitude. They did some altitude training back in their home countries. But nevertheless, this is a very difficult environment in which to perform a sport that is this grueling. As Joe mentioned, these are 6-minute routines, and it is non-stop cardiovascular work, muscular endurance work. Really great job by these athletes.
And we're seeing some of the highlights from Team Korea as they show us some of the power skills up on their hands. Now moving into that fun sort of ending single rope synchronized routine that they had right with the music. And you can see just how synchronized their ropes are. And if you've ever picked up a jump rope and tried to do some of these things, you can appreciate just how difficult and how much practice doing something like this and doing it to music requires. Now, the next team up will be Hong Kong, China, and they are getting their rope set, and each team has a slightly different way they like to orient things so that throughout the choreography they know where to go, what to pick up, and how to do it. And what makes this such a fun event is that you can't be a specialist. You have to be able to perform and execute the different disciplines of jump rope. And so many of these events we have seen these athletes do at a very high level throughout the earlier days of the competition as they work to qualify for the finals, which will be coming up on the next 2 days, so Saturday and Sunday, as they continue to compete here in the World Championship.
That's right. And, you know, I am very excited to see what Hong Kong is going to bring to the floor. They actually have won this event several times on the world stage. They have wins from 2010, 2014, and 2016. And I think they're looking to do it again this year. Starting off here with their single rope portion. A little bit of rhythm change and some crossing into some multiple unders. So that was a quadruple under, 4 times under in one jump.
Again, the multiples will add to the difficulty score of these single rope routines. Now some floor work, so they're down on their hands and feet. Those are called push-ups that they were doing.
Some pretty intricate leg wrap work here. Again, I'm always so impressed when you can synchronize this many athletes doing some pretty complex stuff.
So they're combining disciplines again there. We saw them do scoops over each other with the ropes. That's a traveler discipline. Now they're using the music to make it kind of fun. Coming out on the floor now with the long rope portion of the day.
Great leapfrog there into the long rope portion.
And notice how some of the athletes have single ropes, others don't, and are performing the same skills in the long ropes. Again, that adds to not only the difficulty, but the creativity of the routine. And this showcases the different styles of ropes they're using, including these plastic PVC style ropes and also the beaded ropes for the different components of their routine.
You'll see now moving into some double Dutch. Oh, where they're doing some very difficult partner work there. Stacking on top of one another and still able to jump off the ground and get those ropes under the feet.
We call that skill a subway when you have one person tunneling under another while jumping ropes either in double Dutch or long ropes.
Taking advantage there of the music change, kind of shift gears a little bit and amp up the energy. So some more double Dutch here as we have athletes jumping and kind of running through the ropes. This is a fast footwork portion. Actually more difficult than it may look to coordinate really fast feet, really fast ropes, all in time to the music.
Seeing some nice gymnastics being integrated throughout this routine. And again, a lot of the time the routines will be designed to have some of the more difficult power skills toward the beginning when there's less fatigue as a variable. And at the end, they tend to do some of the more simple skills or the more creative rope manipulation skills. We're seeing Hong Kong show us a wide variety of things sprinkled throughout, so we're still seeing some power elements here toward the end of the routine.
Yes, and notice in this long rope section here, they've got many different ropes involved, all crossed amongst each other, all intricately connected, and that is going to be reflected in their difficulty score. We know that athletes are rewarded if they can incorporate additional ropes into their long rope section. They're also creating some great pictures here, running around the floor into different ropes, all in time with one another. And so those types of things are reflected in their creativity and their choreography scores as well.
Now the judges are also looking for clean lines in the formation. So how precise can they get as they do these intricate maneuvers with the different athletes moving around the floor very quickly from one place to another.
Nice rope throw there into a great pose from our athletes.
And again, they're using that music to help them transition, help them reset. And these are very short ropes to try to perform double dutch in, and they did just a brief portion of double dutch. And now they're moving into the wheel discipline once again. There's a rope release, so she dropped the handle, caught it with her leg, picked it back up, all in time with the rhythm of the routine.
And so in this discipline, notice these ropes are interconnected. So if one rope stops or clicks, it will affect the other rope and likely cause a mistake. So high risk here in this wheel discipline.
Again, some impressive gymnastics integrated into this, and now seeing some single rope skills. And it looks like they're going to move back into a single rope routine with all of the athletes involved.
And here's where they have really an opportunity to create those formations. In single rope, it almost can act like a marching band type of a feel where we can move across the floor, garnering creativity points as well as difficulty points. They do receive extra difficulty points for being able to move during these difficult skills. And an excellent job there from Team Hong Kong.
Again, a 6-minute routine is no small feat, particularly when it's all choreographed, and many of these athletes have been competing in multiple events throughout the prior 6 days and still have more competition to go. So not only a lot to do physically, but a lot to do mentally to be able to toggle between event to event.
That's right. So we have been here now for several days. We have had our preliminary competition, and now we know that 6 athletes in each of those events that we've seen thus far have qualified to compete in the finals. The finals is starting tonight with the event that you are seeing right now, and they are competing for the title of World Championship. So a lot to be fighting for. These athletes are true heroes, and they have traveled literally across the world to be able to represent their country and fight for that title.
Again, we're seeing some of the highlights from Team Hong Kong. There's that fast footwork that they did in choreography. Now moving here with some long ropes.
You can see really playing up that presentation. Getting the audience involved is a big piece of this team show event. It's not just for the judges, it is definitely for the audience as well, and that's reflected in their score.
Now the judges are positioned high in the arena so that they can not only see the individuals that are doing the different skills along the way, but they're also looking for that sort of bird's eye view of the formations as they happen. Now, next up, getting set on the floor is Team Australia. And Australia is a team that's known for their excellent use of music. So for a long time, they've had a strong tradition of being a group who you can expect to see good choreography from. They're going to hit the cues of the music. And as they talked to us about this routine, they said that they really have been on a mission to make this one extra special.
That's right. And they're known not only just for their music, but for their dramatic style of music choice. And, you know, that is not typically used in the team show event. Thus far, we've seen 3 team shows, all with kind of upbeat, happy style of music. But Australia has told us that they have gone for this more dramatic feel. They're taking a risk, and they're hoping that it pays off. They also said that they have been coming in second or third place now for several years, and they were thinking to themselves, you know, what can we do differently to change this up? They're going for a win, so this dramatic style, they're hoping will accomplish that for them.
Now, their team does include a number of veteran athletes, some folks who have been competing for more than 15 years on the world stage, and some of the most decorated athletes in the sport. And what that means is it's a very well-rounded team. So not only do they excel in some of the speed and endurance disciplines that we'll see in the next 2 days of the finals, but also in the freestyle disciplines. So many of these folks you see on the floor right now, you will see many times again over the next couple of days in the finals as they all fight for a spot at that world title stage.
That's right. And you see a hug there shared between some of these athletes. For a lot of these athletes, this team show event is the culmination of sometimes years of hard work. They literally do pour blood, sweat, and tears into this routine. They put a lot into it. And so this is a big moment for them.
Now, as they get set, nerves certainly come into play. And Kaylee, as a former athlete yourself, talk about what's going through your head when you're getting set on the floor for something like this.
Oh, my goodness. Really everything. For me, I'm always running through the more difficult portions of the routine in my head, doing a little bit of extra mental practice right there, and breathing. You got to take those deep breaths, take in the moment, and just kind of lean into the pressure. And they're living up to their dramatic music choice here. Difficult quadruple under to start it out. Another one there.
And again, they're integrating some very difficult single rope skills. So triple unders, quadruple unders. Now we're seeing some power skills down on the floor. So far, very good execution. There's a rope release.
Yeah, anytime you let go of that handle, super risky. And to do it with this many athletes on the floor and pull it off flawlessly is very impressive. And you see the risk right there, but she picked it up very quickly.
In an event like this, the judges are not looking to count a deduction for every miss. Instead, they're looking for the vast majority to have clean execution to award full marks.
That's right. The judges are looking for at least 75% of the athletes to be performing a given skill in order to receive credit for that skill.
Now they're moving from single rope into the traveler discipline here, moving very quickly. You can see that transition happening forwards and backwards with their ropes, continuing to stay on time and on beat with the music.
And continuing with this single rope portion, they are now creating some different formations. Nice clean lines is what they're going for here. A series of triple unders, 3 times under the feet on each jump.
So now they've tossed the ropes they use for single rope and they're picking up beaded ropes. Now beaded ropes are traditionally used in the wheel discipline, and that's what we're seeing them transition into. Using the accents of the songs to integrate multiple unders into the wheel.
And you'll notice a few of the athletes in the back taking regular jumps while the athletes in the front are displaying the difficult skills there.
Again, playing up the strengths of the different athletes on the floor to ensure that they can maximize the most amount of people doing the hardest skills they can. Now we're seeing some wheel happening, moving down a line in a traveler style discipline.
It looks like they'll move back into what looks to be a pretty short single rope section as they transition into what looks to be a double Dutch section now. So it's kind of a non-traditional style of double Dutch where you have 2 turners on each side, each responsible for only one of the ropes.
And 6 athletes in the center all have to be in time, and they have 2 turners on each end, so 4 turners, 6 athletes in the middle. Very difficult to do because the timing has to be precise across the entire team, and they're doing some difficult power maneuvers in this routine. Now they transition the ropes to turn them at the same time. Again, that's something the judges are looking for, is how clean are those transitions between the different elements.
And hitting the accents of that dramatic music there, kind of living up to their style of musicality. Now a little bit more traditional style of double Dutch here. We've got 3 teams going at a time. Incorporating some fairly difficult power moves there. You saw that one-handed handstand.
That's called a leapfrog. It's a transition from turning to jumping. Good balance demonstrated here.
And then some of these interactive power moves. This can be even more difficult because when 2 jumpers are interacting like that, if you run the risk of running into each other, of maybe not getting off the ground at the exact same time, all kinds of different things that can kind of go wrong. But they executed that very well.
Again, they're transitioning from one element to another. They're using a nice combination of elements to facilitate those transitions.
You can see her taking the breaths while she can before moving back into this single rope portion.
This looks like a waterfall beginning to this routine where they're integrating all of the athletes on the floor at once. Again, Australia, you having 12 athletes in their routine. They can have between 8 and 20 for this event.
Some great pictures there, formations that they're creating there on the floor. And again, our judges are situated up high so that they can see all of the lines and the formations that these athletes are creating.
And even this late in the routine, still integrating things like that TJ triple under there, where she did 3 times under her feet, under her leg.
Nice finish there to that section. And a great job from Team Australia.
They used the music so well. A nice job, and it's hard to describe just how fatiguing these routines can be. You really do have to give it your all and move through so many different elements as you perform this kind of thing on a big stage where nerves also play a factor into the way your body feels.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. And, you know, jump rope is such a skill-based sport. Not only does it require the endurance and the athleticism to make it through a 6-minute routine where there's running and jumping the entire time, it also requires a bit of, or actually a lot of finesse and skill to be able to manipulate that rope and manipulate your body in just the right way so that misses don't occur and everything occurs correctly under that state of fatigue.
Now we're seeing some of the highlights from Team Australia. Here's the wheel discipline. Again, some very technical skills, crossing arms, going under legs. Here's that big double Dutch. That was probably the most impressive part in my mind of the routine, just because of the level of difficulty required to pull that off, along with the turner timing being spot on with the pace of the jumpers. Now, as you see different jumpers on the floor doing floor work like that, the turners have to slow the ropes down and then speed them back up as the jumpers stand up and begin jumping from an upright position. Now in the single rope here at the end, again, they took a bit of a risk by integrating some really difficult skills this late in the routine, but for the most part, they had that pulled off quite clean. There weren't a ton of mistakes on the single rope portion of that, and so that will result in some high marks for that discipline of single rope. Now again, in the team show competition, there are 5 different required elements, one being single rope, another being wheel style jumping, a third being double dutch, the fourth being traveler, and then the final being long rope, where you're using ropes that are at least 6 meters or 20 feet in length for the event.
That's correct. That's correct. Joe, you've competed this event before. Did you have a favorite one of those elements to perform in this event?
You know, I think my favorite was actually the wheel. Not because wheel is something that I feel particularly strongly about as being a good athlete doing it, but because it's such an unusual style event and you can infuse a lot of surprise into it. And so I recall competing this event back in 2004, and we did a wheel with 12 athletes all interconnected to start our routine. And we knew at that point, if we made a mistake, it was going to be catastrophic because one mistake across that 12 interconnected ropes could have shut the whole thing down. But next up, we're going to see Team Canada on the floor, and we'll see how they integrate the disciplines together.
Starting off with their single rope portion, and right off the bat, I notice how in sync this team is. And you'll notice that they're using beaded ropes there. Beaded ropes being those that are a little bit heavier. They hold their shape and are a little bit easier to control. They're also more versatile, so it's possible that these athletes could use the exact same ropes here for the wheel element or the traveler element as you're seeing right now.
Now, the other benefit of a wheel rope, as you're seeing, is it's much more visible. So not only is that good for the viewing audience, but it's excellent for the judges because they can really appreciate the shape of the rope, the movement of the rope, and how creative the athletes are using it.
Another great formation change there.
In a fun routine so far, they are now transitioning between elements. So they went from single rope into wheel, and as Kaylee predicted, they're using the same ropes for both single rope and for what we would call a 3-wheel, where they have 3 athletes all interconnected doing a choreographed routine.
So there, it looks like they are switching handles and going into a miniature version of a wheel traveler. And now this is 2-wheel, 2 athletes and 2 ropes.
And Team Canada has 18 total jumpers on the floor, so a slightly larger team than what we've seen from some of the prior heats.
That's right, and they actually started preparing this routine way back in 2019 for that World Championship competition. And then, of course, it was actually virtual due to the pandemic, and now they brought this routine back to perform in person here in Colorado Springs.
A nice transition there, using some wheel combined with double dutch, and now they're using that to move straight into double dutch. And we would call this a double dutch pairs, where you've got 2 jumpers inside the ropes as they're being turned.
That was a double under performed with those long ropes. Very difficult to pull off altogether.
So they slowed down the pace here, and that's another thing that the judges are looking for is variety and pace. So they're speeding up, they're slowing down, they're mixing it up and trying to infuse some surprise into the routine.
That's right, and it looks to be moving now into a long rope segment using extremely large ropes that are difficult to turn and control, and they have kind of formed a triangle with these ropes. Now, the more ropes that are involved here and the more they can be interconnected with one another, the higher the difficulty score for this element. And now this is known as a wheel traveler. So that Chinese wheel element that we saw earlier now incorporated in the traveler element. Anytime they combine elements, as in this case, the difficulty score is reflected with a little bit higher marks.
So moving through now to the traveler. Again, this is when you have a person with a rope who is scooping multiple people in that same rope. And this traveler she's carrying with her another athlete as she moves down the line.
A little bit of gymnastics there as they transition and keep the crowd involved. And it looks like this is what's known as a rainbow. You can see how it kind of creates a rainbow shape as multiple ropes are woven together. Oh, and then they added in another element of giant wheel there with the alternating beats.
And again, anytime that they can combine multiple elements of jump rope together, they're going to get higher marks from the judges. That is something they're looking for.
Great team action here as they're all jumping through those double Dutch ropes, and that is actually really tricky timing there, and they just pulled it off with all of their athletes. I'm impressed.
And a nice formation to end the routine from Team Canada.
Excellent job to our team from Canada. And so, Joe, this team really talked about selecting their music wisely, and they actually used music from strictly Canadian artists. And I think that that's really great because ultimately this event is about celebrating your country, representing your country on this world stage. And so I think that they really did that intentionally, not only with their routine, but with their music choice as well.
That's right. And so often we see different clubs come together within a single country to practice and coordinate and choreograph a routine. And that kind of practice requires quite a bit of just logistical planning. And in today's world where we have tools like video calling and social media, that has become easier. But these athletes still have to think a lot about how they play to the strengths of the different athletes on the floor.
That's right. And so you're seeing some of these replays from Team Canada's performance. There's that double Dutch and the long rope section that we enjoyed. Really incorporating their entire team there with these huge ropes, all interconnected. A great showing from Team Canada.
Here's the traveler discipline, and we would call that a blind scoop when she was moving down the line and scooping someone behind her because, of course, she can't really see exactly where she is, so she's depending on the athlete behind her to be in just the right spot at just the right time. Now, something that we did see from Team Canada that we hadn't seen from others was something, Kaylee, you pointed out at the beginning, a beaded style single rope that they use to make it more visible. Now, what is your preference when you compete or you perform in jump rope?
Yes, so I actually perform the plastic or PVC style of jump rope. It is a little bit lighter. It flows through the air more easily, and so it allows you to do an element known as multiple unders. Multiple unders we have seen thus far is when you jump into the air and the rope revolves around your body at least 2, but often 3, 4, 5, even 6 times in that one jump. So you can imagine that having that lighter rope is much easier for that style of an element. Joe, do you have a preference with your rope style?
I would say I definitely prefer the plastic style ropes as well. And for a long time, the plastic style rope was the norm, right? So athletes around the world tended to use that very basic, classic plastic rope that you might see in a training gym or use for conditioning for other sports. But over time, as the equipment has evolved, we've started seeing different styles get experimented with. And the more we test new styles, the more we realize some of the advantages that come from that. Now, in the team show discipline, you are not allowed to use props. So the jumpers have to only use the ropes that are on the floor, although they can lay them out however they'd like. Now, we've seen routines in the past where jumpers might hide an extra rope in their shirts or place them in a sort of secret place. Again, trying to bring in that element of surprise to keep the judges entertained along with the audience throughout. And you can see Team Belgium here has certainly done themselves up quite nicely with their kits, with their outfits. You can see they've got the glitter in the hair, they've got the face paint. They have really gone all out. And Belgium in particular has a rich tradition of success in the team show discipline.
They do. the Belgium team has certainly won this event. They have wins dating back to 2012 as well as a recent win in 2018. And from what I have heard from athletes who have watched this team practicing, they are going to bring us some wonderful surprises, and they have a very strong routine plan for us. A little bit of theatrics here to start it out.
So far, excellent choreography, really using the music well.
Yeah, matching the feel of the music, not just the rhythm.
Again, we're seeing those plastic ropes.
And that was a great variation there of a long rope skill with some interactive power moves, a great back tuck. And these are quadruple unders, a triple under landing in a split there on the sides.
Wow, great execution by the entire squad.
Yeah, these are some really impressive skills. Oh, and a blind scoop there with the push-up. So risky here.
That's called a toe pitch, where they're assisting the other athlete to do a backflip. Now a leapfrog integrated into some long ropes. What a beautiful formation. Perfectly executed. So far, a very strong routine from Team Belgium.
The balance that those handstands took. If one person falls out too early, the whole thing unravels.
Again, adjusting the pace to match the music.
I loved that picture. Goes right along with the music, too.
A kip coming up. Again, some of the strength moves they're demonstrating really do set this routine apart.
That was a little bit of that wheel discipline there, kind of woven into this formation. Nice aerial. Again, with the choreography choices, just so well done here. Oh, round off back handspring right into a scoop. So spaced perfectly to land right in your partner's rope.
A nice clean transition. There was almost no dead air between those two events. That's something the judges are looking for in their score.
And these are long ropes, a double leapfrog.
Performs in synchronization between two ropes. That is incredibly difficult. Everyone together in a giant double dutch.
And it looks like they had 10 athletes in that same set of double dutch ropes.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. The stuff that they are doing, I've never seen this level of risk taken in this event before.
And the fact that they're moving from a high athletic power skill right into a slowed down choreography focused movement with the music, some dance elements, some theme to the routine. I feel like I can follow along with this, and the judges can too.
Yeah, I feel like they're telling a story almost. Great little lift action there from the double dutch ropes.
The audience really getting into this one. Nice formations. Again, they're transitioning effortlessly between the disciplines. Very technical routines. The turners aren't just doing open turns. They're shifting their arms. They're moving them out. They're moving them up.
And you'll notice a slight mistake there on the left, but she got back in very quickly. And right into a two-wheel segment there. With those interconnected ropes. And now they're into three-wheel, three athletes, three ropes, all connected with each other.
Again, they will get credit as long as 75% of the athletes are performing the skill. So even if one of the groups has a mistake, if the other three are continuing to move, that will still count in their total.
Little traveler section, scooping other people in his rope. And more gymnastics this late in the routine. From a fatigue standpoint, I'm very impressed with that.
That's right, and we're seeing some slow handstands into kips, some double handstands. The strength required to do that, very impressive.
And continuing with that kind of storytelling, the choreography, hitting the energy of the music.
And the communication involved in maneuvering like this, just so intricate, so much practice required for the precision that we're seeing here, and they're executing it so well.
And this looks like their long rope segment here. And again, in this segment, the judges are looking for combining elements similar to what they're doing now with adding in single ropes into that long rope portion. Oh, a quadruple under there, performed exactly together.
Great formations here by the entire squad as the routine nears its conclusion.
Kind of more of a celebratory vibe here at the end. Oh, such a strong routine from Belgium. They should be incredibly proud of that.
I think so too. That's absolutely one of the better team show routines that I've seen.
And Joe, I think it's been how long for you in the sport? 30 years almost? So one of the better team shows in 30 years. That is saying something.
It really is, and they performed it so well. There were so few errors throughout the entire production that they put on, and it just felt like everyone knew what was coming. They knew the music cues. They knew how to transition. Really impressive to see, and now we're going to catch some of the highlights from that routine. Again, I love the storytelling. Kayla, you made that point early on. You felt like there was cohesiveness from the beginning to the end of the routine.
Absolutely. I love that aspect, and you know, it's all one big production, as you said. It's not only difficult jump rope, but it is, in this case, a story. It's the choreography, it's the lines, the precision. It's the whole thing all together cohesively that made this so special. And you know, you wouldn't know it here, but they actually did have to swap out a jumper at the last minute about 3 weeks ago due to an injury. One of their athletes actually broke their foot. And so to pull this off with a brand new team member added to the mix is even more impressive.
And it's interesting because you really do see a mix of ages in the athletes. And in fact, the youngest athlete on this team has in fact competed in all of the events throughout the entire competition.
That's right.
And so having the stamina to be able to compete over the prior 6 days, come in and do a very difficult team show with such precise execution, and then still be prepared for what's coming up in the next 2 days for the final championship individual events. It's amazing just to see how much work they put in, and having that come to fruition, that team has got to be feeling great.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so now we're seeing on the floor Team USA. They're setting up their ropes, giving each other, you know, one last word of advice, word of encouragement as they embark on this journey, which, remember, likely started months and months ago. So much preparation goes into this moment. And, you know, Joe, these athletes are relatively young. We're looking at teenagers here representing their country on a worldwide stage. That is no small feat.
That's right. And so they certainly feel the pressure, but they also feel the moment, the pride of how much they put into this, coming together, being here, and being the chosen group to represent their country.
And they are starting off with a 3-wheel. Again, 3 athletes, 3 ropes, all interconnected. Something that we don't typically see, probably because it is so risky to start off with this element, but they don't look like they're having any trouble at all.
transitioning with the music from the wheel discipline into the single rope. Again, integrating some of these triple unders. Now they've chosen to use the beaded style rope, so there's maximum visibility.
And likely a wise choice. Because the judges are so far away, the beaded rope does make it easier for the judges to see exactly what they're doing, the crossing movements, the wrapping, and really award difficulty appropriately. See the crowd there getting into it, cheering on their country and feeling the pride right along with them.
Now seeing the traveler discipline, again the scoops moving down the line, staying in pace with the music. That's one jumper coming over three others. And here's what we call a shotgun, moving quickly down a line, successively capturing each jumper.
Yeah, the spacing, the timing, everything has to be perfect there. And so far, this has been an extremely well done and cleanly executed routine. I don't think I've seen really any mistakes yet.
And a wonderful transition there from single rope into two-wheel. They did a turn, exchanged handles, and then effortlessly got right into that next discipline. So again, we saw three-wheel from this team at the beginning. Now we're seeing two-wheel from the team. You can have multiple instances of the same element within the same 6-minute period.
Now a little bit of single rope as their fellow teammates get ready to bring on some new ropes to the floor.
The music's transitioning, and so are the athletes into double dutch.
And a great synchronized power sequence there. Handstands, push-up positions. That great three-quarter front flip, and everyone hit it all together. This is known as a wheel switch, kind of a wheel-style formation, but done with double dutch ropes.
Multiple unders mixed in. That's turning the ropes under their feet multiple times, in some cases 4 times before that athlete hits the floor. Another transition here happening.
Now double dutch pairs here, increasing that risk with 2 jumpers involved inside the ropes. That was known as a subway, and now a great leapfrog to round out that portion.
Moving into a long rope now. A triangle formation here.
And again, the more ropes involved, the more interconnected they can be, the higher the difficulty score for this long rope segment. Of course, also, though, those things increase the risk. So here we're about to see these ropes become interconnected, increasing that difficulty score.
Again, that's a long rope style jump combined with a wheel.
Integrating even more ropes there. A tiny tangle, but that would not count against them in terms of an accuracy deduction because the rope never stopped. And an excellent job from these young athletes from Team USA.
Some excitement, some emotion. Very cleanly executed. They did a nice job on that routine. Good transitions between things. I especially like the shift from single rope into that two-wheel because it's a risk, because they had 6 different pairs all jumping single rope, and then they had to exchange handles, do a turn together, and then move right into two-wheel. So let's look at some highlights from what we just saw out of Team USA.
There's that great 3-wheel that they started with. Again, a risky move. If one rope clicks the other rope, those beads can catch on each other and the whole thing can fall apart. But of course it did not in this case.
Here's that traveler discipline combined with some of the single rope, moving down in what we call a shotgun. And there's that transition. Again, very risky to exchange handles that way, but they pulled it off seamlessly. Every group hit it.
That's right. Into some great double dutch. This power sequence showing off their strength. And, of course, those great multiple unders. Every time those jumpers were in the air, the ropes were traveling under their feet 3 and 4 times. And then into their great ending as well. Again, just an excellent job from Team USA. Joe, I've been so impressed with all of these athletes tonight.
You know, especially knowing the context of the whole competition, they have really come together well. And one of the things that makes team shows so tough is as you're designing a routine with 12 to 20 individuals on the floor, you've got to consider the strengths and weaknesses of every single person there, right? So if one person has trouble with a certain style of jump rope, then you've got to adjust or make sure that you're adapting the routine to allow for that to be integrated in a way that can still result in a successful outcome. Now, when we think about in-routine adjustments, that's one of the advantages that you have when you do an individual style event, because you're the only one on the floor, or perhaps there's only 2 of you on the floor, and so if something's not going quite the way you want it to, you can make those subtle adjustments. But that's not the case when it comes to a routine with this many people on the floor that is this tightly choreographed.
That's right, absolutely. You are not able to make adjustments in this style of a routine, and that's one of the reasons that this type of a routine takes so long to prepare and to choreograph, right? Everything has to be precise. Everything must be perfect. And now you talked about kind of playing to the individual strengths of the athletes on the team, and that is a growing experience for many of these athletes, because let's say, you know, one teammate maybe has a weakness in double Dutch turning. Team show is an area where they might be forced to become a really strong turner for the sake of their teammates and for the sake of their team. So this can be a growing experience and just an amazing way for each of these athletes to become better.
Now that cross-training does bleed over into some of the other events, as Kaylee is saying, and so as you learn how to make adjustments and turn and pick up new skills for the team show discipline, it really does carry forward and help these athletes perform at their best in their individual events as well. Now, when we think about training, we do have to think about the different ways that your body has to be able to move to perform at your best, especially when you're doing some of these high-flying skills. So not only is it the muscles, not only is it the cardiovascular endurance, but it's also the joints, the flexibility. And so, Kaylee, talk a little bit about what goes into the training regimen for these athletes.
Absolutely. And you said it, Joe. These are athletes. And so they not only are skilled at jump rope, and they not only spend hours and hours each week training jump rope specifically, but they also do things like weight training. They do things like other cardiovascular cross training. They train in gymnastics, all kinds of cross training and effort put in to make their bodies strong and able to withstand the rigors of this sport. And, you know, something else that I'll point out as well, we've seen all of these high-flying moves, the gymnastics, all of these things being performed on a hardwood floor. There are no springs, there are no cushions, no give. It is a hardwood floor. And so the training of the joints and the training of the body to withstand those forces is really vital.
It is, and I think the other element that we've heard so prominently in this event is the music. And so as we think about music selection, we heard a wide variety from sort of fun pop to more dramatic music to themed music, all the way to a whole mix of styles of music coming together that the athletes then adapt the choreography of the routine to. And so, Kaylee, as you have put together routines to music over the course of your jump rope competitive career, what are some of the things that you're listening for an ideal song to jump to?
You know, the number one thing that I always looked for was a song that gave me energy. If a song gave me energy, made me smile, it was a contender. It was on my list. And then after that, I really looked for songs that had variations and fluctuations in their speed, in their energy, so that the routine did not feel like it was all one note. And that's honestly something that I feel like each of these teams did a great job of. We heard a great mix. We saw that the music kind of changed to fit the element and the feel of what they were going for on the floor. And so a lot of planning goes in not only to the jump rope choreography, but also to the music choice as well. And so that's a great point.
Now, we also saw in these routines a variety of that risk versus reward balance, right? So some of the teams chose to come out with high levels of difficulty, perhaps in some cases with fewer athletes performing the skill at once. And other
These are our 7 teams. We see them all out here on the floor right now. Let's hear it one more time as loud as you can for all of these amazing teams.
And so next we're going to move into the award ceremony as you see the teams gathering on the floor. And as we look at the athletes who are lined up down here,
all
we
right,
celebrate these teams, all that they
you guys
put
enjoy
into
the show
this.
tonight?
And we're excited to see who's going to come out on top. Haley, what was one of your favorite
because
pieces
the
that you saw
results
tonight?
are in.
You know,
that's right.
I think we're
we
about
have our
to
top
find
3.
out who's the third place.
This was a very close one. In third place, put your hands together for Team USA!
Congratulations to Team USA, third place in the world.
And Team USA had great
Amazing job, Team USA. What a routine. That was amazing.
We really did see such a clean style from Team USA, you know, and I think that was rewarded here in this amazing third place finish. Not the most risky or difficult routine, but they balanced that out with their cleanliness. And again, the judges saw that and awarded that.
Now you can see the president of IJRU, or the International Jump Rope Unit, Sean Hamilton, down there, presenting the medals to these athletes.
All right, folks, let's hear it one more time for Team USA!
And congratulations again to this group of athletes. So much hard work went in to this win, and they should be extremely proud.
And now it is time to award second place, the silver medal. Everybody in the audience, I want a drum roll. Second place for the team show finals, Australia!
Oh, and they are excited about that second place. You can see the emotion from those teammates.
Again, they talked to us ahead of time about the drama they wanted to infuse in the routine. We saw that in their presentation, and a nice second place finish for Australia in the team show event this year.
Excellent work to those athletes. And, you know, we talked about how they kind of took a risk going for the more dramatic music style, something very different than what they've done in this event in the past. And I would say that that risk paid off.
I think so too. They also upped the ante on difficulty, right? So we saw a lot of really powerful skills included in the routine. And when they do that, fatigue becomes a factor, but so does the technical execution. So everyone has to be right in sync to pull that off as they work through those routines. You can see them gathering on the podium after getting their medals, making their way there. And next we're going to hear about the winner of the team show event here at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. This competition happens every other year, and so we're excited to see who takes home the crown
And
this
finally,
year.
the moment you've all been waiting for. Your 2023 Team Show World Champions are Belgium!
Goodness, congratulations to Team Belgium, world champions. Just that, the sound of that title brings such pride, and you can see that here in these athletes' reactions.
The emotion on their faces, the work they put in to get here. There were over 20 teams in Belgium who all competed for the shot to represent their country. This is the team that won it, got the chance to represent Belgium, came here on the world stage. You can just see how much this means to them to bring home the gold for Belgium. And frankly, I think that's a well-deserved win. It was such an impressive routine, as we talked about throughout the broadcast. They really showed us what the best of the best can do in a team show.
That's right, yeah. And, you know, quite honestly, they were my favorite performance of the night. There was no denying the skill, just the intensity with which they performed that routine and the fun that they had while doing it. It was just a perfect balance and a mix of everything, storytelling, difficulty, choreography. It was pretty much perfection.
You know, the X factor in this is always the part of it that's not about just doing the skills or just having your rope be a clean line, but the energy that the athletes exude while they're performing. You can feel it palpably when they're having fun, they know what they're doing, and they just show it all on the floor.
That's right. And you see the reaction as well from their country in the audience. Such a special moment. And you see them all gathering as a team. In front here, we have the gentleman who actually broke his foot and had to be replaced, but still celebrating with his team as he was such a part of this win.
Now they're not done. They've got more work to do. So many of these athletes we're seeing on the stage have qualified for other events. Let's hear their national anthem.
And congratulations once again to all of our top 3 winners. We have the United States, Australia, and of course our world champions, Belgium. And I loved seeing the pride on their faces as they sang their national anthem proudly, claiming that title of world champion.
Now, when we think about some of the different disciplines that we saw tonight, Kaylee, what struck you, what really stood out to you tonight in terms of the creativity or the execution that really was something you haven't seen before?
Okay, I'll give you 2 answers here. From Team Belgium, I saw difficulty that I never thought I would see in a team show. I never thought that I would see that many athletes performing the difficult quadruple unders that we saw. I mean, it was incredible. As far as creativity and fun, some of the earlier teams, so Team Japan, for example, showed us that fun footwork and the rhythm changes to the music, kind of dancing with their ropes in this team show. And so that brought the audience to their feet. It brought a smile to my face. So I really enjoyed that as well.
Yeah, you know, I think even thinking back 10 or 15 years ago, the thought of seeing a quadruple under performed by 12 or 16 athletes all at the same time in a choreographed routine was just unheard of. And we saw them pull off so many of those skills, not once, but multiple times in the routine, mixed in at the beginning, mixed in at the end, in the middle. Just a really impressive sight that they showed us throughout the entirety of what they did. And I think some of that competition that they faced back home in their home country of Belgium, again, with 20 different clubs all competing for the chance to represent Belgium, is an advantage when you get to the world stage, because it really requires you to not only train for this competition here, but then to train for the qualifying tournament. And that kind of experience showed up tonight when we saw them pull off that routine with such clean execution.
That's right. You know, and Joe, you talked about how 10 or 15 years ago, we would not have seen this level and this caliber with that many athletes on the floor. And you are correct. In fact, 10 or 15 years ago, we barely saw this level of quadruple unders with 1 athlete on the floor. And so can you talk a little bit about the evolution that we have seen in the sport and just how exciting it is to see where it's going?
Well, every year we're seeing records broken.
Yes.
And I think that's a signal of a growing and innovating sport. And we see the athletes not only working with their teammates, but working with other countries. And this is the first time we've had a competition with 25 different countries represented. And as we've already mentioned, this is day 6 of an 8-day tournament. And we started 6 days ago with a wonderful international open tournament for some of the more junior athletes who are just getting into the sport of jump rope, making their way into the upper ranks as they try to show their skills and earn a spot eventually on their national team. Now that then transitioned into the Junior World Championship, where we had athletes who were under the age of 16 competing for the top spot. And of course, the senior division, those athletes who are 16 and older are eligible to compete for the World Championship. Now, as we watch Belgium celebrate with each other, I should mention that we've had such a wonderful start to the competition, and with 25 countries a part of this, the opening ceremony was a special moment for so many of the athletes. So coming up, we're going to show you some of the highlights from that opening ceremony that's so meaningful to these athletes as they represent their countries on the world stage.
Such a special moment here, celebrating with each other, and of course taking back that title to their country. Joe, can you talk a little bit about just this feeling, what it means to be able to call yourself a world champion, to call yourself literally the best in the world at your sport?
You know, I think particularly for a sport like jump rope, where when folks hear the term, they often think about a conditioning skill for other more traditional competitions or other more traditional athletic events. And yet here, we're seeing athletes show just how creative it can be, how exciting it can be, how innovative it can be, and frankly, how athletic it can be. And so when you're a world champion, it allows you to become an ambassador for the sport. Every time you meet someone, you can talk about a unique story, you can talk about something exciting, and they might ask you, hey, tell me a little bit more about that. What does that mean? Because I don't have a concept of what this looks like. And as the sport grows, as it spreads, as we see it being broadcast in more places, particularly with social media, we have seen so much interest in it. And one of the most inspiring parts of this has been to see some of the countries who are newer to the sport get engaged and very rapidly build their skills to be able to compete at the world level.
That's absolutely right, Joe. And we've seen that in this competition. We've seen some countries that have formerly not been huge contenders at the World Championships, and we've seen them representing themselves so well throughout the past 6 days of competition. And I'll remind you that we still have 2 more days of exciting competition left to go in our finals. We've got several different events that these athletes will be competing in, individual events, partner events, team events with single rope and double dutch, speed and freestyle. I mean, it's endless, and it is going to be such an exciting time.
And once again, with 25 countries here, we've had a great time so far. Next, we're going to see some highlights from that opening ceremony to really give you a sense of the passion that these athletes are bringing to this tournament.
This is the largest world championship and actually the largest gathering of jump rope athletes ever in our sport. Let's welcome the Dragonfly Aerial Company.
It is at this time we invite some key individuals to take the oaths. I declare the IJRU 2023 World Jump Rope Championships officially open.
and so much fun at that opening ceremony, seeing the smile on their faces, the anticipation right at the beginning of a competition like this. There really are a lot of nerves that are in place. And, you know, when you're on this kind of stage representing your country, I think it really means so much to everyone who's involved. And speaking of involvement, Kaylee, how did you get involved with the sport of jump rope when you started?
Yeah, so actually kind of a fun story, Joe. I remember being little second grade 8-year-old Kaylee sitting in a classroom, and I looked out the window and I saw a lot of my friends. They were leaving school for a jump rope performance. They were going to do a performance at another school, and I thought to myself, I'm sitting here in class and they are going to have so much fun, and something is wrong here. So I tried out for the jump rope team. Little did I know that this experience would literally transform my life. That was 26 years ago, and now I cannot even imagine my life without jump rope in it. It has taken me literally all around the world, allowed me to compete against people from multiple different countries, and so I'm thankful for that experience as a second grader and 8-year-old child.
And here you are today, a former world champion. And here are our world champions in the team show from tonight. Of course, you see Belgium, and they really had a terrific score there with nearly 53 points awarded by the judges. Australia coming in at 41.5. The United States coming in around 32. So quite a bit of separation there. Yeah. And honestly, it was represented in the way that they performed on the floor. Very exciting to see it. And also exciting to see some of these teams represented with a younger trending group. So Japan had a younger group on the floor. It was so much fun to see them get that experience and continue working to build, especially for a country like Japan that's hosting the next World Championship in Kawasaki, Japan in 2025.
That's right. And we are just so excited again to be here, to be kicking off our sport again in person for the first time in 3 years. And like Joe mentioned earlier, we are not done yet. So you're seeing on the screen now the schedule for the upcoming 2 days. We've got several different events that we will be kicking off and hosting, and these are the finals. So our athletes thus far have had to qualify to make it to this final round, and this is where they are crowned world champion. So tomorrow, kicking off at 1800, we have our single rope speed sprint event. You do not want to miss these broadcasts. And you can find this broadcast at ijru.sport and on the Olympic channel. So again, we don't want you to miss out on these exciting events coming up.
All right, we've seen some amazing demonstrations tonight of strength, skill, creativity, and passion. And we hope you'll join us for the next 2 days of finals, once again at ijru.sport or at olympics.com. And we're going to leave you now with some of the highlights of tonight's best team shows. And we hope to see you tomorrow as we continue the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
last minute and learn the whole routine 3 minutes.
You guys must be like family. So much.
Thank you so much for all the enthusiasm. Thank you.
You have just won. This is incredible. So, can you tell me how do you feel? If you can put your emotions into words.
I think it goes to say for all of us that we're very overwhelmed. We just jumped, got off the stage, and immediately we had to do the medal ceremony, but we're so happy that we got to share this with everyone and do our full routine and let the public enjoy it.
I love that. A huge congratulations to you all. And can you tell me how much hard work and time went into all of this?
Yes, we started 3 years ago actually, but because of COVID, we weren't able to do the routine the first year. And then after 2 full years, we won the nationals in our country, and now we are here with a lot of training, a lot of hard work, especially with Steph, one of our teammates who broke his foot 3 weeks ago, and we had to find a replacement. So I would like to ask for a small applause for Pieter Jan, who fell in, who replaced Steph last minute and learned the whole routine 3 weeks in advance.
And I know that you guys must be like family. So how does it feel to share a win like this?
It's such a beautiful moment. I think no one will ever forget this moment. And I think it goes to say that we're friends, a big, large group that is so close together. And I think we wouldn't want anyone else in this team right now.
Amazing job, guys. Well done, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all the enthusiasm. Thank you.